Hello. How's everybody doing today? I hope you all are well. Where do I want to put this? Here. Here is good. Here is good. Fixing things. Fixing things. Alright. I think we're good. I didn't grind because I'm assuming that we'll be opening up soon, I hope. And I'll when the game lets me explore a little bit, I'll probably grind then. I'm not doing too bad for not touching, for ignoring like monsters and chests and stuff. I'm not doing too badly. That's actually really good! Shoot! Yes. And then we also want to prevent death. Why would you not want to? Hi, Matt! Why would you not want to prevent death blows? Death blows are horrible. Alright. I've got a lot of people to hang out with. I've got so many points to spend. Right. So, is absolutely everybody available? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, there's more than 7. There is way more than 7. Okay, right. Let's go hang out with Eustace, because I've missed Eustace. I need some hangout time with Eustace. Where's he gonna be at? Are we gonna play pool? Deciding on what our class should do has proven more difficult than expected. Still, I left Bernhard so that I could make my own decisions about my life. I'll make this one for myself too. Even if the decision is yours, the burden doesn't have to be. House Arborea's problems concern every single one of us. There is no reason you need to sort all this out on your own. We've been with you for this long. We're not going. That's not going to change. Thank you. But I'm aware. I bet it'll help. I bet a break would help him clear his mind and make him better decisions. Should I drag him into? Yes. If you want to come look after Arthur with me for a bit. Who in the blazes is Arthur? Oh. Was that the name of our family's horse? Got it in one. Since you're the kind of horse expert, I really appreciate it if you could help me out with him for a bit. Why not? I'd like to see him myself. Lead on. This is a fine horse. It has a strong air of dignity about it, much like the young horse back at the academy. Yeah, he does. He's pretty friendly too, isn't he? He's been here since Dad took me in, but he's getting up there in years. But he's still got that same energy. Dad still takes him out hunting along with Baxio. I see. I imagine his dignified appearance is as a result of much experience then. He does appear to be in dire need of some exercise, however. His muscles aren't quite as defined as they should be. Wow, I'm amazed you could tell. I'm not in the riding club for nothing. He hasn't had much of a chance to get out and about since Dad was injured, so that's probably why. Then if we can, I'd like to do something about that. What do you say giving him a good brushing before we take him out? I think he'd like that a lot, actually. After brushing Arthur, then giving him all the care and admiration a horse could dream of, Reen and Eustace took him out onto the mountain path. Good horse. He seems really happy about to be out and of the village. It's pretty quiet. It's been quite a while since he's had the chance. So it appears. I imagine he would rather go out hunting with his master, however. Horses are always far more comfortable with their usual rider. My family and the riding clubs are no exception. That makes sense, but with Dad's injuries, I don't think he'll be fit to go out hunting anytime soon. Speaking of the riding club, do you have any clue what's going on back at Thor's? You were the one who managed to get the bike out of there, so I figured you might know something. Mind you that I was the only able to do so through the Noble Alliance. I tried to make use of my position as a member of the House Alberea as best I could. Unfortunately, my authority pales in comparison to my father or Rufus, so I'm afraid that was the most I could do. That's a shame. Still, I appreciate you trying. I really do owe you a lot, even for the little things like helping me with look after Arthur. I hardly think I deserve your thanks. Being my father's son, some of my responsibility for his disgraceful action falls on my shoulders as well. I have a duty to do all within my power to atone for that to both Baron Schwarzer and the Ymir's people. I'm sure my brother feels similar. Even if he appears to be prioritizing his role in the civil war at the moment. Like I said back in Burma, there's no reason for you to feel responsible for what happened here. I understand that you're concerned about your father and your brother, but dwelling on the past benefits no one. Now all you can do is keep moving forward. Reed is full of good advice. He's so full of good advice, but he never takes any of it himself. I feel like Reen should tell himself this a lot. You have a point. No burden out there exists that you should have to shoulder alone. Not as long as you're a member of Class 7. As long as we're together, we'll be able to carry the weight of any burden. One would think I'm being used to how our class works by now. And the Imperial nobility should show its spirit through actions, not other than words. Exactly. We both know what we need to do. We swore it to one another when we fought at that moment you came back to us. Indeed, I fully intend to do as I promised. We're gonna hang out with the Eustace again. The two continued walking along the path with Arthur a little longer, then eventually turned and descended the mountain. Of course, upon their return to Ymir, they gave him a gracious helping of food before going back to the Phoenix Wings. Your bond with Ulysses is strengthened. Level up. What do we learn? Powerful strike and art support. Neat. Right, we're not going to hang out with him straight away, because that would be ridiculous. No, gotta space these out. Right, so who do we have that I want to hang out with? I want to hang out with... Fee or... Actually... Sarah's available, isn't she? Yay! Let's hang out with Sarah. Sarah's always good. Well, seeing as Toval and Miles are safe, I'm guessing all the bracers here in Arboni are okay. Wish I could say the same about our colleagues in the Verring Crossbow, though. I can't even get in touch with what? Wenzel? A friend of yours? We go back a ways, yeah. He used to be registered as a bracer here, but eventually he packed up and moved to Crossbow. Anyway, leave worrying about the guild to us. You've got your own plates as it is. Just focus on what you guys are going to make next. If you feel like you need a break, I'd be happy to join you. So maybe I should talk to her, take her up on one. Yes. Sounds nice, actually. Would you mind hanging out with me for a while? Striking while the iron's hot, I see. Alright, I could use the company. I'm actually thinking of heading to the tavern for a drink or two. What do you say to a little change of venue? That's fine, but I'll stick with living the dry life. Figured you'd say that. Come on, then. I miss Sarah. I've missed her so much. I'm so happy she's back. No sooner did they arrive at the tavern did Sarah ask Geralt for the alcohol recommendations, and after she offered to pay, Reen settles on a ginger ale. Drink a sake. Ah, this is the good stuff. I've got a very mellow taste, but it's sweet and refreshing too. I had no idea you could make something so good out of rice, of all things. It's the kind of alcohol from the east that Master Kofai brought here, I believe. Geralt said it's called Jume's Shoe. But Master Kofai sure knows his stuff. He sounds like a man I'd love to drink the night away with. He's always been a bit of a heavy drinker, so I'm pretty sure he'd take you up on that if you asked. But you might want to cut down on the booze with the things so shaky now. You'll never know when you'll need to take action. I know, I'm not planning to get myself plastered when you've got the discussion later on, so don't freak out. I think I've earned a bit of alcoholic relaxation time personally. After all, I went cold turkey while I was in hiding. It was torture. Would you deny your poor instructor some sweet relief? Sure, relief. Let's call it that. When you have... Oh, what have you been doing all this time anyway? I didn't hear so much as a rumor about you. Oh, I was just lying low, gathering what information I could through connections with my guild years. Information about what was going on elsewhere in the country, the capital in particular, that kind of stuff. In the capital? Did you manage to find out anything? No more than you did yourself, sad to say. The Noble Alliance is doing a great job keeping information from leaking out of the city. After that, I decided to sneak into the Carrots province to follow the Alliance's movements from there. And that's when I ended up getting in contact with Eustace. I see. I'm pretty impressed that you were able to do so much all on your own. Well, working alone and gathering information are two things I had to get used to during my guild years. So it's nothing new for me. If anything, I'm more impressed with everything you've managed to do. I'm glad to see everyone's here was okay after that Jaeger attack too. Sounds like it was heavy-ranking corpse. Yeah, the Northern Jaegers under orders from Duke Arborea. Fortunately, there were no fatalities, even if the experience was pretty traumatic for everyone. Dad's woken up now, too, so there's been no real long-term damage there. He had the goddess' blessing in that respect. I'm sorry I couldn't be there to help you when you needed it most, Reed. You don't need to apologize. You couldn't possibly have known what was going to happen. Is something wrong? You look distracted all of a sudden. No, it's nothing. I was just thinking what a relief it is that your dad's okay. He's always seemed like such a pleasant man, especially for a noble. Handsome too. I don't like where this is going. Oh my god. This is why I love Sarah and Reen's moments. Bonding moments are always like this. I don't like where this is going. Oh, relax, I'm just kidding. Anyway, all that aside, you made it this far. You can make it the rest of the way too. Keep your eyes on the future, and that starts by deciding what to do next. You're right. We'll be counting on your And the stuff is awesome! You can at least let me finish before you end up passing out on the floor? Oh, so good. So good. After finishing her drink, Reen led his ever so tipsy instructor Sarah back to the Phoenix Wings. Your bond with instructor Sarah is strengthened. Nice. Deadly assist. Alright. How many planning points? 5. Right, so I know I want to hang out with Eustace one more time, so I think we can hang out with Fee and Laura? Fee and Laura, I think. I haven't hung out with Fee yet. Let's hang out with Fee. This dog's named Brixu, right? He's cute. Yeah, Dad raised him to be a hunting dog, I believe it or not. He's a sweetie, though. Looks like a smart one, too. Petting him is pretty relaxing, too. I'll stay with him for a bit while I think about what we should do. Don't think of it, it's just about feeding time. Yes. Wanna help me feed him? Sure, I'd like that. Be right back. I've got to go get his food. How's that taste? Good? Ruff! Look, he's wagging his tail. Sorry for not being able to spare much time for you and Arthur, Baxu. Ruff, ruff! He says it's okay, smart doggo. Can you understand what dogs are saying or something? No, I'm just guessing based on how he acts and barks. Back in the corps, I used to look after the military monsters a lot. Really? That sounds like an awful dangerous job for you to be doing. Well, I did get bitten sometimes at first, but after one of the other caretakers showed me what to do, they stopped. The way you talk about your time there, it's hard to believe the Jaeger corps you were in was one of the strongest. Does Zephyr usually by Jaeger standards? I guess the boss was really easygoing, but it wasn't always hard to tell what he was thinking. You remember what I told you about what I told you at Meteor Park, right? How they taught me to survive the survival skills and all that. Zeno and Leo taught me how to set traps and the art of close quarters combat. I can't imagine what it must have been like to living that kind of life day to day. But it's easy to see how you came to think of them as family. Yeah, you were family. Until they all left me behind after the boss died. I just want to know why. Why did they have to leave me behind? And now that I might have a chance to, I don't want to let it pass me by. Even if it won't be easy to getting out of them. Still. Aww! Cute. I think even I understand what he's saying this time. Try not to overthink it. Something along those lines. Aww. There's no reason to try and find out alone. Not when we've got all of us with you. If you want to know, we'll all make it work out. You will? You're right. How could things not work out when I've got you guys? Right, let's hang out with Laura. The air feels clean. It's not about. It's not hard to see why Kofi is so fond of this village. I hope that I'll get the chance to bring Father and Klaus here one day. We'd be happy to have them, and don't worry, I'm sure you'll have plenty of chances once this war's over. I hope so. I suppose that's another reason for us to hasten its conclusion. But I still am at a loss as to how, though. What should we do, I wonder? Why don't we go somewhere and take a break? It's good to take a breather sometimes when you're stuck on a difficult problem. That sounds reasonable. In that case, I would like to ask a favor. Could you escort me to your room? What? So this is your bedroom. The decor has something of an Eastern feel to it, fitting the former student of young Kafai's. Is there anything here that particularly resembles the Eight Leaves School? I should have known. You caught me off guard when you asked to see my room, but it figures that's what you want or you were interested in. Why would that be surprised? Oh, it's nothing. As for your question, I don't believe I don't have that much, I'm afraid. Wait, actually, I did have some tea leaves Master Kafai gave Dad a while back, I think. How about it? You up for having some green tea? Really? I'd like that very much. This is quite a refreshing taste, indeed. This isn't my first time tasting green tea. Monica let me sample the tea served in her class tea house during the festival. But this seems to have been more depth to it, flavor and fragrance. Master Kafai is a huge fan of this kind of. Apparently, he brought it back from the east himself. He's always bringing gifts whenever he comes to visit. So he's popular among the locals. Everyone here likes him. Really now. And yet I've not had the opportunity to meet him in person. Yeah, neither have I. I haven't seen this guy yet, and I'm dying to see this guy. But I can easily see why he and my father would get along so well. Would you happen to know where he is now? Yes. Yes. Nope. Afraid not. Damn it. That letter I received from him during our vacation here didn't specify. We got a letter! That was it? Okay, fine. God damn it. He's always been something of a vagrant. He wanders the continent through the year, stopping off wherever he pleases. So while I can't tell you where he is, I'm sure he's just fine. I imagine so. If rumor is to be believed, he's proficient in the blade as father, if not more so. Are you worried about your dad? I am. I try to avoid admitting it publicly, but it's a fact. His skill is as impressive as ever, but given the various new weapons that have come into play during this war, along with the more powerful warriors such as the General Armelia and that knight from Ouroboros, yeah, I can't blame you for being a little concerned under the circumstances. Still, all we can do in the meantime is keep going and doing what we're able. So long as we keep that up, I'm sure we'll be reunited with them in due time. Maybe. You're right. In the sense, this is another trial we must overcome to reach greater heights. Yeah, and I know we can overcome it so long as we're together. Your bond with Laura is strengthened. Level 3. Anger? What be that? That is not the right thing. Sometimes restores CP of what? Sometimes restores 50 of its own CP when partner is attacked. Activation. What? That sounds cool. Okay. Need ability. Okay, we've got 3 bonding points. I know one of them is going to be with uses, so now I just have to figure out who else I want to hang out with. Who's up here? Elliot? Sure. I'll hang out with Elliot. Sitting in here brings back memories, remembering, trying to lock down ideas for the concert in the middle of our trip. I guess it wasn't that long ago, but it feels like another lifetime, especially since Crow isn't with us. Yeah, it really does. And it's not another lifetime, is it? It's this one. No reason that all of us hanging out and having fun has to stay a thing of the past. The only hard part is figuring out how to make that a reality again. Which admittedly is pretty hard, but I'm thinking of ways to make it happen. It doesn't really sound like he's getting anywhere. Maybe a break would clear his head. Yes. Come on, Elliot, let's take a break. The more frustrated you get over the not being able to think on anything, the less likely you are to you actually will. Yeah, I guess you're right. I know, just the thing to clear my head. I used to play my lute, right? Even if it's still around, we can take a look at it. Reen and Elliot managed to scrounge up Rin's old lute from the darkest depths of the mansion. Instruments in hand, the two of them went and headed over to the tavern. Well, we managed to get permission to play here, but I've got to say, I'm feeling a bit tense about this. I haven't touched the lute in forever, so playing in front of a crowd all of a sudden is a bit... Oh, you'll be fine. Just play it like you played the guitar during the festival. One of the best things about music is that it can be made with any combination of instruments. Well, if you insist, I'll give it a go. Better try and fail than not try at all, right? And so they started playing alongside one another. To their relief, the customers in the tavern seemed to enjoy their performance, even giving them a round of applause once it was over. Whew! That was actually pretty fun. See? I told you it would be fun, eh? Not being on a stage is having lights in your face takes off a lot of the pressure too. And sometimes I sometimes used to perform like this at the concert cafe back home. Oh really? Still, I'm guessing you had even more fun if I could play half as well as you could do. I don't know if I'm really as good as you make me sound, Reen. I've got a lot of practice ahead of me if I decide to pursue a career in music. Funniest on... Funniest on the if. Emphasis on the if. That's right, your dad's finally giving you permission to go through with it if you want. Have you started giving any serious thought yet? Yeah, a bit. Not that I'm getting anywhere. I'm happy to have his approval, but it's still not a decision I can make lightly. It's probably silly to even be thinking about it now. I mean, we need to focus on getting through this war first. Not at all. There's nothing wrong with giving it a thought about your future when you can. You're right that it's something you can't take lightly. They're still hard to tell how things will be after the war ends. But if pursuing a life of music is what you decide to do in the end, you've got my full support too. Not just your dad's. Thanks, Reen. But right now, we need to focus on our future as a class. Once the war is over, then we can start living for the future. Yeah, you're right. To thank Reynolds for letting them perform there, Reen and Elliot helped clean up the tavern. Once they were finished, they happily walked back to the Phoenix Wings. Their bond with Elliot is strengthened. Neat. Right, let's hang out with Eustace and then hang out with Alicia. I'm back, Eustace. Let's hang out more. Horses are wonderful creatures. After spending time with yours, I have to admit I'm feeling a little more optimistic, despite the fact that I'm still freezing after all that time outside. Perhaps I should head over to the tavern and get a cup of tea. That should make planning the next move easier. I wouldn't mind going for a cup myself. Yes. Nice cup would hit the spot right about now. Actually, mind if I tag along? I'll help you brainstorm. No objections here. Rena and Eustace then walked to the tavern, and both of them ordered their tea as any fine Erebonian gentleman would. Oh, you're here, Reen? Hey Elf, hey Kiki. Hello. Welcome to our tavern. Thank you for your hospitality. Are you two going to be off, are you two going off to play somewhere? We're not sure what we're going to want to do, though. I wish we could do more snow like last time you were here, but that'd be fun. Please no. I'm glad you're back to your usual cheerful self, Elf. I was horrified when those Jaegers had you used as a hostage, but you don't seem to be the worst for it. They did? It wasn't a big deal, and Mr. Barron saved me in the end. He's just trying to act as though. He spent hours crying afterwards. No, I didn't! Anyway, now we've got to run into you. Maybe we could play with us. We haven't been able to play together in forever. I don't know. I've got plenty of busy I've got a pretty busy afternoon ahead of us. I see no harm in joining them. I can't spare too long, but we could certainly play for a little while. Really? Yay! Let's go. Okay, let's go outside then. What's gotten into him? He feels bad. Reen and Eustace were led outside by Elf and Kiki. And after a brief debate on what to play, they decided to the classic hide and seek. Everyone ready? Ready. Found you, Kiki. Already? Well, that's boring. Okay, now to find everyone else. Yeah. Found you, Reen. That's not a very good hiding place, Reen. Could have picked a more less obvious place. Of course, it's going to be easy for you to find me if both of you are looking for me. I guess that just leaves Useless. Come on, let's go find him. Huh? What you doing here, Useless? Oh my god. Nothing. Now go away. There he is, I found him! That didn't take long. You all suck at hide and seek. You're playing hide and seek? That sounds fun, I want to play too. After Millie joined in, they all played hide and seek for a short while longer. With each of them taking turns at being the seeker. Man, children really do have unlimited energy. I'd say a certain classmate of ours has far too much energy even by those standards. Still, I never quite become used to playing outside. It's been a while since I last played outside like this. I wasn't expecting you to join in either. I know you're always hit with the kids, but still. I wanted to just do something to raise their spirits a little. The sooner that boy can forget that awful memory of being taken hostage, the better. So that's what it was. That's what you were trying to do. That's really nice of you, Useless. Still, you don't need to worry You don't need to worry so much. The children of Ymir are made of sturdier stuff than you think. The thing we can do is make sure that they never have to go through anything like that again. Indeed. I, for one, have no intention of allowing my father to do anything so foolish ever again. But I know that I won't be able to stop him alone. I hope I'll have all of you standing at my side. That goes without saying. As both nobles and members of Class 7, we have a duty to do whatever we can. Your bond uses a strengthened. Alright, last bonding point. Alicia's inside the house. She is on the second floor. What you doing? What you doing in here, you Alicia? Your mother told me I could find some of the tools in here, so here I am. I need them to work. I'm not going to do nothing. I'm going to be doing the orbital bike. Oh wait, you know how the orbital bike works well enough to do that? Well, an engine is an engine, right? I should be able to tinker with it. After all Angelica's done for us, I at least want to make sure she gets her precious bike back in top condition. Might be nice to give her a hand. Yes. Need a hand there? Sounds like two-person job to me. I'd feel bad making you do all the work when Angelica left it in my care. I figured she'd say that. It'll probably be more smoothly with an extra pair of hands, so sure. Alright. That's everything around the orbital bike engine taken care of. I could probably do with being taken for a test ride or at some point though. Should I oil the moving parts too? Man, you really are amazing. I knew you were good at orbital technology, you know. I never expected you'd be able to perform maintenance this well. Oh, this is just stopgap, really? And a few chances to look at it and to look it back at the academy too, so I have a vague idea of what needs doing, but that's all. Doesn't make you any less amazing in my eyes. When in Nords, you worked out what was going on with that truck, even knew the model of the motor we found. At first, I thought it was just because you were part of the Reinford family, but I feel like you're underselling. That's underselling you now. You must study like crazy to know so much. Well, I did spend a lot of time studying orbital technology even before enrolling at the academy. I used my family's name however I could in order to visit the RF factories and attend lectures at the Institute of Technology. I'm more than confident I made the most of every chance I had to study and broaden my knowledge of the field. I had a feeling I knew why you did that too. Was it to rebel against your mother? Well, I can't deny it. Not to beat the dead horse, but I felt like my mother just stopped caring about us after father passed away. And when she'd stolen the company from grandfather and everything, how could you do that to your own father? So I suppose you could say all the studying was trying to show her up at something. A little, at least. I see. So were you able to? Not in the slightest. Now that she's missing, this isn't the time to be thinking about that in my next act of rebellion either. And you know what? That's fine by me. I made up my mind to focus on the future rather than the past now. We've got to keep that promise I made to her. After all, I'll be running the company before she knows it. I think she'd prefer it that way, honestly. Head pat. Huh? Look at you. You were so engrossed in the bike you didn't even notice all the snow building up on your head. Still, I think you found the right way to approach things. I'll have to pick up a few pointers from you. Can't let you get wrapped up in the past. Can't let myself get too wrapped up in my past either. And that way, we'll both be able to find the best path for each of us to take. I certainly hope so. Come on, don't cry. Here, this'll cheer you up. Did Reen and Alicia meet when they were kids? This is a memory. Is that a bunny you made out of the snow? And look, it's got lots of snow on these. You got lots of snow on your head too. Don't worry, you can follow me back to Ymir. So stay close, okay? Oh, okay. Are you kidding me? What's wrong? I can't believe I forgot. Remember how I talked about coming here with my family as a kid and I ended up getting lost in the mountain? But just when I started to think I'd be lost up there forever, a boy appeared out of nowhere. And he led me all the way back to Ymir. That boy was you, I'm sure of it. That does ring a bell, actually. A year after I was taken in, the whole thing happened with my power. Happened. So I kind of pushed everything else to the back of my mind. Weird. We really did meet when we were kids. This is so cute. This is awesome. I was only joking about it before, but yeah, we really did. I'd forgotten all about that too. Probably because it was a scary memory for me. I don't blame you. Still, you don't get coincidences like that every day. I'd be embarrassed to try and attribute it to something like fate, though. Yeah, you're right. Maybe if we'd realized sooner, sure. But it makes me happy to know it was you all along. Sorry, I didn't quite catch that. It's nothing at all. Anyway, let's finish up with this bike, shall we? Yeah, sure. So many squeeze. Rena and Alicia worked together to finish the rest of the bike's maintenance, and the two of them, feeling somewhat awkward around each other due to the recent discovery, and upon their completion, they went to return the tools to the Baron Shorter study. Your bond with Alicia strengthened. Cool. Okay. Can't believe we actually met when we were kids. I guess it doesn't change things much, though, does it? Nothing more important than the bonds we developed as members of Class 7. Right, we've hung out with everybody. And I have 0 bonding points left. So, to my room I go. Let's, save. And get this story on the way. Still got a lot of time before the meeting starts. Should I get some rest? Yes. Rest. Eventually, the clock struck 12. One by one, Class 7 began their way to the Phoenix Wings cafeteria. And once they all gathered, they jumped right into discussing what they were going to do from this point forward. Sweet.
Ah, you an upper rank.
Neat.
Here's a little
Nice.
something from the guild.
Dragon vein.
Nice work. You did all right, I guess.
See.
I've thought long and hard about it, and I think we as a class need to find a third way. A path of our own, separate from the ones the reformist and noble factions are taking.
A third way, you say? I do agree. It wouldn't feel quite right for us to directly support either side.
True, we might be military academy students, but we're still students.
Involving ourselves in a civil war isn't something we should take lightly. We might have a divine knight on our side, but we're still going to need to be very careful how we proceed.
Whatever we do, Valimar will certainly be at the center.
No doubt. We've all seen how powerful the Divine Knights are. If we use them right, we can intervene in the war as much as we want.
They're quite literally beings of legend. However, his potential influence on the war is all the more reason why he will need to be used cautiously.
What are we gonna do then? Even if we agree on not siding with either of the factions, I'm pretty sure each of us have different stuff we want to do. And different things that we have to do too.
Yeah, that's true. For my part, I need to rescue Elise and Princess Alphen from the Noble Alliance's clutches. Whether it's alone or with you guys, it's something I'll do.
There's no way you'll be alone for that. We're with you all the way. I'm concerned about Dad too, what with them having him under arrest.
I still can't get in contact with Fiona either. I'm glad I was able to see Dad, but I'm worried about her.
For me, I'm worried about Ruhr as a whole. It's a huge relief to see you're all right, Sharon, but Mother's still unaccounted for.
I'm sorry I can't do more to comfort you, my lady.
And I have no idea where Father's been for the past month. I'm certain he must be well, but all the same.
We're all worried about our families, I see. Hopefully, we can find some information on all of them before the fighting gets any more fierce.
I'm certainly not worried about the safety of mine. Although, suffice it to say, if we choose to intervene in the war, conflict with them is all but inevitable.
That goes for Zeno and Leo too. They've been hired by the Noble Alliance, so I'd say it's likely we'll run into them in the future.
Plus,
Probably.
Emma and I still need to talk to Vita to see what exactly she's trying to do. To figure out what's so important to her that she was willing to break a taboo to do it.
That's true.
Whatever you decide to do, you'll have my full support. Just as the warriors of Nord did 250 years ago, I'm determined to fight to protect my second homeland, and those who live within it.
Aww.
Oh, same! We can do this! I can back him up, right, Claire?
How could I say no? I have my own duties to take care of as part of the Railway Military Police, but I fully intend to support all of you with everything I have.
I'm thinking it's about time I return to helping the guild, actually. But I'll still be in touch with Sarah, so I'm sure I can lend a hand or two anytime you need it.
Sweet.
Naturally, I'd be overjoyed to continue serving as your dormitory's caretaker.
I'm your instructor, so you're stuck with me to the very end. Whatever you choose to do, you'll have my support. You're going to need to decide on a more specific course of action, though. Resolving to find a third way is a start, but only a start. It also leaves plenty of questions that need to be answered on top of it all.
That's true.
Well, then how about this? Let's figure out right now whether or not we want to keep using Ymir as our base of operations.
Just so we're clear on this, there's a limit to how many people can use the spirit path at any one time. And with as many people as we have now, I'm not sure how useful it's going to be at this point.
And we're limited on how frequently we can use it.
Oh, right.
But we're also just as limited on where we can go otherwise. We haven't exactly been the most subtle group around. Who's to say we could even operate elsewhere?
An astute point. The Noble Alliance will no doubt be even more wary of us than before.
In the end, no matter what we decide, we lose.
Indeed. Yet we're short on time, so a decision must be made now.
There's gotta be something that only we can do.
Yeah. I don't know what it is, but I know it exists, and I'm sure that we'll find it. The best thing we can do now is keep talking things out until we find a way. There's no point in rushing into a decision.
Well, doesn't this look fun?
Oh god. Oh god.
Mind if I join in?
No. Go away.
What in the world?
Isn't that Vita?
It couldn't be.
Vita?
Yep. Oh boy.
It's lovely to see you again, Emma. You were finally able to reunite with all of your classmates. I'm happy for you. Really, I am. The goddess was on your side after all,
Cut the crap, Vita. Have you been listening in all this time?
Where are you? I'm not far at all. Listen closely now.
That sounds just like...
Is that?
It's coming from above us!
Uh-oh. Oh boy. It's beginning. Oh, big ship. Big.
Isn't that the Noble Alliance Force's flagship?
What's the Pantagruel doing here?
Damn it! I didn't think she'd tell the rest of their army where we were.
But why now?
Why? Because our preparations are finally complete.
What preparations?
Vita! Vita! You're here. Yes, I am here, in the flesh. Good day to you all, Class 7. As nice as it would be to finally give you a hug, Emma, I wouldn't want to keep our guest of honor waiting any longer. So, without further ado...
Oh. Hi, Crow.
Can't be. Isn't that...
The Azure Knight. Crow.
Ardeen, the Azure Knights.
Long time no see, guys. Sorry for dropping in on you like this, but I'm sure you know the drill by now. You ready to have some fun?
No.
Is that really you, Crow?
There's no doubt about it.
See. You damn terrorist.
Come on!
Right! Heed my call! Valimar!
Now we're going straight into a boss fight. Acknowledged. Do.
I'm not gonna lose this time. Because at the end of the day, he's just an obstacle that needs to be overcome. So lend me your power, Valimar!
Very well. Use my power as you see fit.
You've really taken to piloting since your last encounter, haven't you? I was hoping you would, and you didn't let me down. You boys have so much potential. But potential is only that. Potential. And you, Reen, might want to reevaluate just how many obstacles need overcoming.
Oh god.
This is bad.
Aren't those the Alliance's allies?
Long time no see, kiddos. You doing all right, Fee?
I see the purple lightning has joined your ranks.
Zeno. Leo.
Luffy.
Zephyr.
And a few members of Ouroboros, too. Guess all the big guys wanted a piece of us today.
And look, Sammy's here too.
Kindly
Sammy.
stop referring to Clown Soleus with that bizarre nickname.
But I like Sammy.
Ah, it's such a pleasure to visit this wintry wonderland once again.
Oh, it's a pleasure, all right. The time for my long-awaited revenge has finally come. Now you shall pay!
Whatever.
It's only been 2 days since you first fought them, you know.
This could pose a
And
problem.
you also lost.
Why send so many powerful allies here? And all.
You've proven to be rather formidable adversaries after all. It wouldn't do to underestimate you.
Uh-oh. I recognize that voice. Oh,
Rufus.
no.
I'm pleased to see you all again, ladies and gentlemen of Class 7. As for you, dear brother, I was told that you'd run away from home. It does my heart good to see you safe and sound. So, you've finally gathered up the will to make the difficult choices life set at your feet, I presume. Even if those choices place you in my line of fire?
Yes, I have. Can't believe he's shown up too.
The Noble Alliance is pulling out all the stops to finally get rid of us, aren't they?
Reen, we'll take care of everything here. You and Valimar have your own battle to fight.
Are you sure?
We're in for a real brawl out here, but a guy couldn't ask for better opponents.
Leave the battle on the ground to us.
We've no intention of backing down without a fight. Wait, Sharon!
I know they're all strong, but still.
Well, what do you say we get started?
Here it comes!
Whoa. Air battle. Oh, okay. Sadness.
I'm impressed. You managed to hold your own better than I expected you to. It's only been a month or so, but you've really grown as an Awakener, Reen.
Well, it's hard to go through the kinds of things I have without growing from the experience. And now that I've done all that, I'm going to be the one who takes you down!
No, you're not. I said you could hold your own, not that you could win. Remember, there's still a 3-year gap's worth of experience between us. And it's time you realize just how much of an impact that gap has.
That's enough, Crow!
Alright.
Do they really stand a chance?
Well, they're putting up a good fight so far, but...
Yeah, it's not looking good. They're outnumbered, for one thing.
Then it's time we lent them our aid.
Agreed. Weapons at the ready, guys.
Always in a rush, aren't you? Stay right where you are. I'll serve as your opponent today.
You will?
Oh boy.
Trying to stop us from joining in?
I'd rather our intrusion cause as little inconvenience as possible for the people of this village.
Uh-oh.
I'll let you make the first move.
Rufus looks like he's gonna be strong.
It's been quite some time since I last instructed you in fencing, Eustace. I look forward to seeing how you've improved.
Wow.
His guard's perfect.
Stay alert. Rufus is a master of court fencing. We'll need to put all we have into this battle to even stand a chance against him.
Do I actually get to fight Rufus?
I would have it no other way.
Select who will participate in battle. Oh my god. Okay.
Show me what you're capable of.
Very well. Now's our chance. Don't let it pass.
Okay,
Leave it to me.
understood. I can do this. Light!
Leave this to me. Shatter! Now's our chance.
I'll back you up. Right. Keep it up, everyone.
Oh god.
I wasn't strong, everyone.
I can do this.
Fucking Jesus, man.
Turn to
I
flames.
don't think this is winnable.
Burn!
That's too much power, man. Yeah.
Oh, light.
Yeah, this is not winnable.
No.
Oh my god. That damage was ridiculous.
Well, I won't deny that was an entertaining diversion. But you'd do well to intensify your training regimen if you hope to best me.
How is he so strong?
You didn't stand a chance.
Yeah, literal.
He might even be stronger than Sarah.
I think he is.
Are you guys okay? Hey, you really think you've got time to be worrying about them?
No boy.
You ain't getting out of this one, Reen.
All right, bring it on! It's time to settle this, Crow!
Bring it on!
This'll be a tough one. Be careful.
Okay, let's find out your weakness. Is it the body? It is!
Gotcha.
Thank you. Nice and easy. Go again.
Let's go! Gotcha! Gotcha!
Oh god.
Gotcha!
Ow!
Think you can handle this? Gotcha! Let's go! Gotcha! Think you can handle this?
This is bad.
Oh god, you're dodging!
Eat this!
Ow.
Hope you're ready.
Oh god. Okay, wait.
Bring it on!
Darkness! Clean!
Is that all?
Burn to ash! Let's go!
Finisher!
My sword will cleave open the way!
I cannot heal.
Domination!
I have a feeling I'm gonna lose this.
It's working. Keep it up.
Ow.
This is bad.
Let's go!
Nice.
Gotcha! Think you can handle this?
Oh,
You're
no.
wasting your time!
Ow.
Hey, are you okay?
Jeez. I'm meant to lose, yes. Okay, cool.
Settled enough for you? You didn't even bother to use that trump card of yours.
Yeah, that's
He
right.
wasn't even trying last time, then was he?
He's going easy on us.
Come on. With the way you are now, I don't even need to try. I'll always win. And that ring perfectly illustrates just how massive the gulf between us is. Maybe you think you've had it tough up till now, but you're gonna need to go through a hell of a lot more if you want to even the odds.
Okay.
I see the battle here has come to an end.
Oh, hey Vita.
I can't help but feel a little bummed that everything went exactly as I thought it would. Still, it just goes to show how much faith I have in your skills, my sweet Azure Chevalier.
Funny, I don't recall ever becoming yours. How's everything up top?
I think it's only a matter of time before the battle is decided. But we've caused enough trouble for the people of Ymir already. It's about time we brought this to a close.
Uh-huh.
Finestrum Phantasma.
Window.
What you doing?
My apologies for not coming down to speak with you in person, ladies and gentlemen of Thor's Military Academy. You know who I am, of course, but I am Duke Cayenne, ruler of the Lemaire province and supreme leader of the Noble Alliance.
Duke Cayenne?
So even the big guy himself is here. Huh.
I mean...
I must say, what a curious group we have here. I'd heard as much, but allow me to extend my most heartfelt congratulations. My expectations have thoroughly been exceeded. When I saw young Eustace and Laura in Legram earlier this year, I could never have imagined this is how we would next meet. Oh, I'm sure your parents must have warned you against wandering off with such disreputable individuals on a number of occasions.
I want to punch this guy in the face.
But I suppose every child thinks that they alone know what is best for themselves.
Can I punch him in the face, please?
Duke Alberea was simply livid about what happened. But it can't hurt to learn more about the outside world,
Every word that leaves his mouth is condescending.
Yeah.
Did you come all the way here just to tell us that?
Don't be silly, child. Reen Schwarzer. I had this meeting arranged because I wanted to speak with you.
Why?
Perhaps the method was a touch too garish for something so simple, but do forgive me for not formally requesting an audience.
With me?
With you. Allow me to get right to the point.
Uh-oh. Here it comes! Blackmail. I sense blackmail is coming.
I wish to invite you, Ashen Chevalier, aboard our flagship.
Wait, why?
I've heard all about your magnificent exploits across the land. And so I thought it would be nice to sit down and have a long, pleasant chat with you.
Uh-huh. A long, pleasant, civil chat. Can I punch him in the face? Please? Please?
About the past, the present, as well as your future.
Yeah, I sense blackmail is coming. Good old blackmail.
Are you suggesting?
You want Reen to join the Noble Alliance?
Should you accept my invitation, we will withdraw peacefully from
There
Ymir.
it is! There's that sweet, sweet blackmail.
Furthermore, I give you my personal assurance that we will leave this village alone for the duration of this war. A fine proposition, is it not? Are we interested?
This is trap written all over it.
Very well.
Oh god, Reen.
Allow me to accept your invitation.
Oh god.
Don't be an idiot! This is clearly a trap. They wouldn't come all the way out here and take you into their flagship if it weren't.
I think Reen knows it's a trap.
I appreciate your concern. But trap or not, this might be a good chance for us, too. I think I'd regret it if I let it pass. Valimar, transport Celine back outside.
Are you certain?
Now hold it right there!
Don't worry about me. The odds were against all of us getting back together, but we did it. And I'm sure we can do it again, too. So just wait with Emma for now. I'll be back before you know it. Valimar, if you would.
Very well.
But wait!
Hi, Celine! Oh, I guess I get to meet, go to the flagship. Oh boy.
It seems the time has come for us to part ways once again. But remember this. You're an Albarea. There is power and dignity in that name, to whatever end you would use it. I want you to prove that the convictions you cling to are worthy of your loyalty. Not for my benefit, but for yours.
Wait!
Lord Rufus!
Well met, Lord Schwarzer. It's a pleasure to see you again. Allow me to extend my apologies for the harm my father visited upon this town and its people.
Never mind that. What do you intend to do with my son? And what is a promising young man like yourself?
We're simply going to borrow young Reen for a short while. There's nothing to worry about.
For a short while.
I'm a busy man these days, though, so for now, I bid you adieu.
Reen! We all finally got back together, too. Why?
Sorry.
Sorry, but I'll be back, I promise.
Will you?
So stay safe.
Reen! Reen!
Off I go on another adventure. Stressing me out. Oh boy. I can sense blackmail coming like a mile away. I feel like I'm gonna... Chapter end? Oh Jesus, that's a one way to end a chapter. Fuck! Alright, all bonds strengthened. Level up. Art support. Auto Cura? Cool. Oh, nice. Usus gets anger too. Counterattack. Counterattack again. Save here, I guess. Continue, because we're continuing. Noble Alliance flagship. Airnail battleship. But I'm not even gonna try and... Oh wow, they changed Valimar down. So I can't escape. Yeah, invitation. Sure. I'm gonna get locked up in here.
So this is what Duke Cayenne looks like from up close. As hard to believe that I've ended up in the same room as the leader of the Noble Alliance. Although, I guess we did meet back in Legram before the war broke out.
Reen Schwarzer. Truth be told, we don't want this war to drag on any more than you do.
Really?
We only acted as we did due in part to our dearly departed Chancellor's behavior being far too unreasonable to justify turning a blind eye. He garnered the trust of His Majesty, and in turn misused that trust. He flagrantly disregarded this nation's beloved culture and traditions, treating Erebonia as if it were his own personal property. Surely you too noticed this.
Well, I can't say I disagree. We did hear story after story during our field studies about how aggressive his policies were. About the way he didn't care how many enemies he made as a result, creating terrorist groups like the Imperial Liberation Front.
But as I said, the cause of our nation's ills is now gone. Now, all that remains is to turn back the hands of time just a touch, and the good old days of the Empire will be upon us once more. The key to this bright future lies in putting aside our differences and joining hands. Am I wrong?
I'm afraid that yes, you are. Do you honestly believe that people can so easily put aside their differences after all the Alliance has done? You occupied Heimdall and effectively took every one of its citizens hostage, imprisoned the Imperial family. And let's not forget how you're now in league with the enemy nation responsible for the destruction of Gorelia Fortress. After all that, the Imperial army would never bow their heads to the likes of you, even if the rest of the population did.
My word, I'm afraid there's been a terrible misunderstanding. The Imperial family is simply under our loving protection. They certainly haven't been in prison.
Sure, leveling protection, yeah.
But that does bring me to exactly why I want you to help us.
It does?
Oh, here comes.
The Azure Knight is already on our side. But if we had your Ashen Knight as well, that would mean we'd have two of the great knights of Erebonian legend to put into play. Couple them with our Panzer Soldats, and the Imperial Army's armored divisions would cower before us. You may not find us winning the war ideal, but this union benefits everyone more than carrying on until our inevitable victory,
I don't think it's that simple.
I beg to differ. The presence of Soldats units on a battlefield makes a tremendous difference. What they may lack in firepower and armor compared to tanks, they make up for in mobility and versatility. But more important than even those factors is the psychological impact they have on our opponents.
Well...
We're only human. As such, we are as captivated as we are terrified of giant beings bearing human form. And if that holds true even for mass-produced soldats made with modern technology, it will be all the more true for the divine knights of legend you and Crow possess.
Can't argue with that logic.
I will say it once more. Gileath Osborne is dead.
Alright.
And with his death, all that's left to be done is end this ridiculous war and return order to the Empire. Only then will everything be as it should.
You really think it's gonna be that easy?
That includes both your pleasant academy life and
Oh,
the
there it
peaceful
is.
days of darling Elise and her friend the princess.
Scumbag.
Are you trying to?
Whatever you ultimately decide, their safety is guaranteed. I would ask that you promise him this, if nothing else, Your Grace.
But of course, I'm not a monster.
Rufus.
We may stand on opposite sides of this conflict, but I still sit on Thor's board of directors. And in that capacity, I suggest you consider carefully the choice before you. After all, Every soldier must decide for himself whether a cause is worth fighting, perhaps even dying for. I look forward to hearing your answer.
Oh boy. Oh, Reen. Please come with us, Master Reen. We will escort you to the guest room. Food and refreshments will be provided for you there. Intermission aboard the Predagro? Okay. Well, there aren't guards outside my door. What you thinking, Reen?
All that's left to be done is end this ridiculous war and return order to the Empire.
It's not that easy, dude.
Only then will everything be as it should. That includes both your pleasant academy life and the peaceful days of darling Elise and her friend the princess.
I suggest you consider carefully the choice before you. After all, every soldier must decide for himself whether a cause is worth fighting, perhaps even dying for. I look forward to hearing your answer.
It's hard to argue that this war began because the noble faction went too far. But the longer it goes on, the more people are going to suffer. Am I really okay with that? If I join them, I could reduce the number of victims, be friends with Crow again, free Elise and Princess Elfin.
No, Reen.
No, this isn't that simple.
Thank God he's said it. He's sane.
Think, Reen, think.
Yeah.
I was able to reunite with the others, but Elise and Princess Elfin are still in the Alliance's custody. What's the best thing I can do? This isn't just about me. What do all of us want to do?
Keep racking your brain like that and smoke will start coming out of your ears.
What do you want?
Hey now, no need to give me that look.
I'll give you all the looks in the world, dude.
I figured I was gonna find you busy thinking everything over like your life depended on it. And what do you know? I was right.
How about you mind your own damn business?
Yeah.
And don't you have better things to do with your time? I figured the glorious Azure Chevalier would be far too busy with the war to be hanging out around here.
A good point.
It's tough being popular. If you joined us, I could get away with doing half the work I am now. So come on, stop freaking out about it so much and make a choice.
This isn't something I can just decide by flipping a coin, Crow. And besides, it'd probably be an easier choice if not for a certain someone. What's that in your hand, anyway?
Grub, of course.
Food?
Kinda early, but I brought you your lunch. Mind if I join you?
Sure. Burgers, chips.
Hamburgers, fries, and onion rings, huh? I was expecting something more fancy like I had last night.
Oh, that kind of food more your thing? Okay then, give me a minute while I go ask the chef to whip something up.
No, this is fine. The burger looks delicious.
Cool. All right, dig in.
This tastes kinda different from a normal burger. Oh, no wonder. It's got whitefish in it.
Yeah, they're called fish burgers.
Nice.
Pretty good, right?
Yeah, the tartar sauce makes for an unusual extra flavoring too. Oh. This tastes amazing. I like this way more than the food I had last night, to be honest.
Well, glad to hear it. Guess it was worth putting my cooking skills to the test after all.
You can cook?
Wait, you made this?
Was my first time cooking in a while, too. Sharon could probably do better, though. But I wanted to give it a shot anyway. This stuff was like soul food back in Dry, where I grew up.
Oh.
To think, all the time we spent searching for the leader of the Imperial Liberation Front, and he was right under our noses. Crow Armbrust from the Jirai SEZ.
Oh, yeah. Vita was using some weird thing of hers to let you see what was going on, wasn't she? So I guess you saw what happened there.
Yep.
Yeah. Jirai was that special economic zone in the Northwest you guys went to during our August field study, too.
We didn't run into anything like that in the Jirai Special Economic Zone. Although I guess that makes sense, seeing as it's under the direct control of the Imperial government and not the noble. I seem to recall that it was annexed 8 years ago. Is that right? Yeah, the Empire snatched it on a nice and neat without much opposition. Now it's prospering as a special economic zone on the coast. Seems like a pretty lively place.
So you ended up going back to your old hometown then?
Yeah, by pure coincidence. It's changed a lot since I was last there, so it was kind of surreal being back again. But it was nostalgic in its own way, too.
It's been bugging me for a long time now. What could have made you want to join a group of terrorists like the Imperial Liberation Front? What was it that made you hate Chancellor Osborne that much? Enough to take his life? Tell me, Crow, please. I want to know what it was that made you who you are now.
Rean tried to help everybody.
What kind of place Jirai was, how you lived there, and what you were doing before you entered the academy and met Toa, Angelica, and George.
Where's the fun in prying into a guy's past? Save all that talk for your number one in class. Who's the lucky girl anyway? Elisa? Laura? Emma? Fee?
Alicia.
And don't tell me it's Milliam, because, you know,
don't change the subject.
I'm serious, Crow. I really want to know. Think of telling me your past as paying off the interest you owe on that 50 Mira. Because until I know, until we know, we won't be able to move forward.
You're really serious.
Crow?
My past really isn't that big of a deal, you know. It's got nothing on yours, that's for sure. If you find yourself thinking that's all when I'm done, well, I warned you.
Okay.
So, you really want to know?
Yeah, I really want to know.
Yeah. Nothing you say will change my mind. Please, tell me.
All right, you win.
Let's hear it.
Like I said, it's just your run-of-the-mill sob story. Pick up any history textbook and you'll probably find a dozen others just like it. It's the kind of story that's so common no one bothers to remember it, like it never even happened.
Here we go.
Back in those days, Jirai was known as Jirai City. It was a city-state off the coast of northwest Zemuria that prospered through maritime trade with West Erebonia, Northumbria, and Remiferia. It had a population of around 150,000 people, so it wasn't exactly a big place or anything. Because of that, the surrounding nations left it alone and let us live out our days in peace. We were pretty fortunate, all things considered. Until about 20 years ago. That was when the Northumbrian disaster struck, and much of the Principality of Northumbria was turned to salt.
Oh, wow. What?
And as a result, trade on the northwest shore was reduced to virtually nothing. Day after day, Jirai's prosperity started to fade away. Still, it wasn't all bad. We had our fishing, our historic landmarks, our septium mines. We could make use of those to get trade going again, both to keep our state running and to help out Northumbria. In fact, the one who advocated that approach was the mayor, my grandfather. He was the last mayor Jirai City ever had. He was a stubborn old bastard, but he had this wry sense of humor and was well loved by everyone. I lost my mom and dad early, so he was also my only living relative.
No.
He taught me just about everything a guy could know. He was like a mom, dad, and your old master rolled into one, I guess. Anyway, fast forward to 10 years ago. Out of nowhere, we received this proposal from the Erebonian government. They said they wanted to extend a railway line from Heimdall all the way to Jirai. We relied on the sea for trade before, but there wasn't any reason to believe we couldn't benefit from being connected to Heimdall by rail. The proposal drew overwhelming support from the city's council, and as a result, my grandfather was forced to accept. Within a year, the city had all of its old life back and then some. The streets were more bustling than ever. But keep in mind, this was the result of huge amounts of Imperial capital flowing into the city. Land and buildings we once treasured were bought up left and right. Everything became a target for investment. People only cared about making money. Something similar supposedly happened in Crossbell too, but unlike there, no opposition existed in Jirai. My grandfather sensed something was off, and he tried what he could to get the situation under control. Then one day, someone blew up the railway line leading to Jirai. Everyone demanded that it be repaired as quickly as possible. Everyone except the Imperial government. Instead, they panned our national security arrangements for being insufficient and threatened to withdraw all Imperial capital. The city was left in an uproar like we'd never seen. Shares plummeted, and with no one able to ascertain the culprit's identity, chaos reigned. That was when he showed up. Chancellor Gileath Osborne, in his third year as representative of the Imperial government, personally came to Jirai. We then received a second proposal.
The restoration of the railway and its future security will be seen to by the Imperial Army. In return for our continued assistance in safekeeping, Jirai will come under the wing of our glorious empire and attain even greater prosperity as a special economic zone.
The timing was too good to be true, really. Realizing this, my grandfather staunchly opposed the idea. He tried everything he could to convince the city's council to reject the offer. Unfortunately, once you taste the sweet fruit of prosperity, it's hard to want to go back. The council, made up of influential merchants and all their greed, jumped at the offer. And tempted by the elimination of customs, together with the tax breaks from being an SEZ, many of the citizens did too. And during all that, they'd conveniently found a suspect behind the railway incident. My grandfather.
Oh. Oh no. He was framed, wasn't he? Oh god. Oh. Jesus.
He loved Jirai more than anyone, and up till then, its people loved him too. And yet, virtually overnight, he found himself facing the wrath of both the city's council and the citizens alike. Left with no choice, he resigned from his position as mayor, and Jirai formally became part of the empire. Both of these things happened on the same exact day.
Wow. Heavy stuff.
That was 8 years ago. Naturally, everyone knew my grandfather wasn't the one who did it. They knew who was really responsible. They just turned a blind eye to the truth.
Was it... Did Governor Osborne, like, order troops to blow up the bridge on purpose to cause strife so that he could annex? That's insane.
See? I warned you. Just your run-of-the-mill sob story.
I don't know what to say, Crow.
I mean, what can you say to this?
What happened to him after that? Your grandfather.
One day, he just up and died.
Oh god.
Once he resigned, the whole affair with the railway getting blown up was all but forgotten. He lived comfortably in retirement for about half a year, fell ill, and that was that.
Oh man.
He just lost the will to go on, I guess. Like I said, he was the only family I had. I mean, I had plenty of friends even then, but I chose to leave it all behind. I was 13 at the time. I wandered the land, doing whatever I had to get by. That was when I met old Cayenne, who happily indulged my hatred for the Chancellor. And with his financial backing, I went out with the goal to find others who were just like me. That was the beginning of the Imperial Liberation Front. Gideon, Scarlet, and Vulcan were among those I recruited. I'd also met Vita then. I only knew her as the woman who had often come to see Cayenne. She guided me to a place below the city of Ortis, and there slept the Azure Knight Ordine. One after another, I overcame the same trials you did with your friends, but alone.
Oh, interesting.
And once I'd proven myself worthy, Ordine accepted me as his awakener. That was 3 years ago. I was 16. My preparations complete, I concealed my background and enrolled in a military academy near the capital. Everything I did for the sole purpose of taking the Chancellor's head.
And you did it.
Come on now, what's with the face? You look sadder about all this than I do.
Yeah, I guess.
I swear. I'm not trying to tell you the Chancellor was evil or anything.
What?
Still, there's no denying that he managed to outwit my grandfather. And he may have lost, but Pop's always loved a good gamble. It's thanks to him that I'm pretty good at chess, card games, that kind of stuff. I'd say it's fairly normal for a student to want to avenge his master's defeat, wouldn't you?
Maybe.
At the end of the day, there's no denying this country has problems, and the Chancellor's methods were making them worse. I studied those problems, worked out how to use the situation to my advantage, and then won the game with an all-or-nothing gamble. But when you think of how peaceful Jirai is now, I'd say I've got a duty to clear up the mess left behind by my game too, which means ending this war and restoring peace. So it's only when that's done that my game is truly over. I don't want whatever your decision is to be influenced by my past, okay? Like Rufus said, you need to think long and hard about what it is you're fighting for. For you, more than anyone else.
Okay.
Yeah, but Crow.
Anyway, I think I've stuck around here for long enough. You're gonna be treated as a visitor. Well, sort of.
Uh-huh.
It's about time for the higher-ups to head back to Heimdall, so go ahead and pass the time however you want.
However I want? What else can I even do here?
Nope.
There'll be no guards outside your room, so if you want to try and escape, be my guest. Just keep in mind that some members of Ouroboros and Zephyr are on board too, not to mention me, Scarlet, and Vulcan. So if you're up for a gamble of your own, get ready to take all of us on.
Sounds fun.
Oh yeah, one more thing. There's this real cute visitor in the guest of honors room on the second floor.
Guest of honor, sure.
I think she'd perk right up if she saw you, so why not go pay her a visit?
Okay.
Just don't go making your girl jealous, okay?
I wonder who he means. He said she's in the guest of honors room.
Important person? Alphen? Princess Alphen. No, that's my
Well,
guess.
I can't waste much time here. I told everyone I'd definitely come back soon.
Okay, so
Right
we're
now,
definitely
I
escaping.
need to gather as much information as I can.
Okay.
I can make my choice after that. At least then, it'll be an informed one.
True. Can't say no to more information. Good plan, Reen. Right. Okay, well, free reign. Oh my god, there are so many exclamation marks, okay. Oh, we're on the first floor, so... Do I have to talk to that guy? I don't want to talk to him. Sure, let's gather
I can sense someone inside.
information.
Come on in if you like.
That sounds like...
Is that Scarlet?
Excuse me.
Yep.
Hello there, love. I'd heard you came on board yesterday, so I did wonder whether we would run into one another at some point.
Hello, Scarlet. Last time we spoke was a month and a half ago near Trista, I think.
Quite a memorable day for both of us, wasn't it? There's no need to stand over there. Come and have a seat. I'll pour us some tea.
You really don't have to. Well, I guess there's no harm in chatting for a bit.
This is not weird.
These tea leaves really are wonderful, aren't they? Only the best for the airship of Erebonia's most powerful noble, I suppose.
I have to admit, the fragrance is like no tea I've ever had before. You're right, though. It makes sense if it's something Duke Cayenne personally chose.
Oh? I was under the impression that your family is a part of the nobility, too. Your father is a baron, isn't he?
He might be a noble, but generally barons aren't all that wealthy. We live a relatively modest lifestyle.
Oh, really? I wouldn't have thought it before, but maybe my family was actually more well off than yours.
And Scarlet, I heard she lost her old hometown when he went and built a railway through it.
What kind of family did you come from then?
Oh, they weren't nobles, if that's what you're wondering. They were just relatively wealthy farmers. We were almost local celebrities in a way.
Oh, I see.
You're wondering how someone like me became a terrorist? It's written all over your face.
Reen has many things written all over his face. I think he's just the easy-to-read person.
Well, I can't deny that I'm curious. I heard that you lost your hometown because Osborne built a railway through it.
Oh, did C tell you? No, I suppose it must have been V. He never was one to keep quiet about things.
So, I mean, what happened?
Some things are best left unsaid, I think. It's not as if knowing would somehow allow you to change things.
But I want to know.
I suppose.
You're so adorable, Reen. Now I know why C took a liking to you. What do you say? How about you come and fight with me and the other big girls and boys? It'll be fun, I promise.
Please stop teasing me. Anyway, thank you for the tea. It wasn't just made with high-quality leaves. It was brewed exceptionally, too.
You're very welcome.
Oh, actually, I may as well ask while I have the chance. Where did you learn how to use that weapon of yours anyway? It's pretty unique.
Oh, that? I suppose it can't hurt to tell you. The holy city of Arteria.
Altaria?
The Arteria? Where the high seat of the Septian Church is?
That's the one. It's called a Templar sword, and it's a traditional weapon in the church. A few years ago, I was studying to be a sister and was trained in how to use it there.
Surely you must be talking about some other church, right? You're telling me there are sisters in the Septian Church who use weapons like that?
There are more things in this world you don't know than you could possibly imagine.
Probably.
Well, it doesn't matter much now. I ended up returning to Erebonia before my training was complete.
Oh?
Anyway, that's all I'm telling you for now. I'll give you the full story if you decide to join us. Sound fair? And if you choose not to join, well, that way has its own charms, I suppose.
Okay.
She ended up being a lot friendlier than I expected her to be. I wonder how much of what she was saying about being a sister was true.
I doubt she has any reason to lie to us.
She seemed to really hate the Chancellor. I wonder what she intends to do now that he's gone. I can sense someone inside. And judging by the fact that S is in the next room...
V?
Huh?
Yep.
It's open. Come on in.
Excuse me.
Oh, it's you. You finished talking with C?
His name's Crow, not C. And he's never going to be anything else for me.
Oh, I know his real name. But to us, he's always gonna be C. That's our leader. He might be young, but each and every one of us look up to him and respect him. Anyway, take a seat. You got a whole lot of questions, I bet.
Yeah, I guess.
Does you asking that mean you're willing to answer them?
Depends on the questions.
Just out of curiosity, how many members does the Imperial Liberation Front have left? I know the explosion back in the mine was staged, obviously.
Sure was. Anyway, 10, give or take. We lost most of our members as soon as the war started kicking into gear.
Oh. Is that because the group's primary objective had been fulfilled?
Basically, yeah. We all came from different backgrounds, but the one thing we had in common was that we hated that bastard's guts. So after he'd kicked it, most of the guys didn't really have any reason for sticking around. Can't say I blame him for calling it quits.
Crow said that seeing this war through to its end was the last part of his game. Are the members who haven't left sticking around for similar reasons?
Interesting question. Can't speak for the others, but me, I don't really care how this war goes. I mean, I'm a former Jaeger who can hold his own in a fight. I've always lived for war, and teaching those dumbasses in the provincial armies how to pilot soldats is a job worth doing, even if it's a pain. If we disband, I'll find myself something else to do.
I see. I can't defend the assassination of the Chancellor or what you did near Trista, but I'd be happy if you chose to disband at least.
You're a funny kid. Being oddly nice to us after all the shit we caused, don't you think?
I mean, I could kick up shit, but wherever that get me.
The cycle of hatred's gone on for long enough. Crimes you've committed will never vanish, but no one wants this war to go on longer than it has to. It's not as though you guys want war, do you?
That's enough of the niceties. If you've got time to worry about us, use it to worry about yourself. Whether you choose to side with the Alliance or go against them, you've got a tough road ahead, whether you like it or not. Make sure to think long and hard before you decide. And if we end up as enemies again, show me what you got.
Gladly.
On the battlefield, I mean.
Excuse me.
Think I might have been too harsh on the kid. Still... yeah. He's probably perfect for the job.
Perfect for what job? Already planning jobs for me. I'm not staying,
He
guys.
saw right through me. He's not wrong, though. I should be worrying about myself right now. He seemed kind of different, though. Like he'd lost his spark.
No, that's where revenge goes. Once you got it, what's that? What's left? Hatred was driving him.
His sole objective in life seemed to be to get revenge for his old Jaeger Corps killed by Osborn.
Yeah.
Maybe he's just not sure what to do with himself now that he's done just that?
I mean, his goal is done, and he's not sure what to do. Okay, we have a lot of stuff. God damn. Can I not talk to you? Oh god, I have to talk to you. But I don't wanna.
Good day to you, Reinschwarzer.
What the? You're the Phantom Thief! You sure look comfortable. What are you doing here?
Ha ha! Why wouldn't I be? I'm as much a guest on this ship as you are. And who would deny themselves the pleasure of a ship so beautiful? The furnishings are immaculate. The food and wine are positively sumptuous. And I am of the firm belief that it's wasteful not to take advantage of the opportunities life presents you. Ah, and speaking of opportunities, don't just stand there. Take a seat and join me in having a drink.
I'm underage.
You've been blessed with the rare chance to sit and chat one-on-one with the most beloved thief of our time.
I think I'll skip it.
I can't believe that's how you describe yourself. Well, what the hell? I'll have a drink.
Really?
Nothing alcoholic, though. Funny. I didn't realize you'd met Prince Olivert.
Ha! Indeed. There are few even among royals whose palate is so refined as his. Between our shared love of beauty and fundamental difference of opinion on the nature of love, he forever remains an endless source of entertainment for me.
I suddenly feel very sorry for him. What happened down in Liberl sounds pretty amazing, though. I'd heard there were problems with orbital technology in southern Erebonia at the time, but I had no idea that was why.
Ha ha! That magnificent floating city was quite the sight to behold, let me tell you. Oh, how I wish I could have shown it to you. It would have changed your view of the world completely.
It really does sound amazing. Wait, why am I sitting here having a friendly discussion with a wanted criminal?
Because that's how you are, Reen.
He has so many interesting and unusual stories, I got completely caught up listening to them.
Ha ha! A thief of my caliber can steal much more than objects, Reen. There. I was able to steal much of your time and your interest. Perhaps I stole your heart as well?
No.
Rest assured that did not happen. Your stories were interesting, though, I'll admit. By the way, you wouldn't happen to know where Prince Olivert is now, would you? Last I checked, he wasn't actively fighting against the Alliance.
Ha ha! I imagined Duke Cayenne would welcome a man like the Prince with open arms into the Alliance, if he so wished to join. To my knowledge, he was always wary of the Chancellor himself. But I digress. I'm afraid not even I know where he is at the moment. However, I'm inclined to believe that wherever he's hiding, the Crimson Wings is there with him.
So the Courageous is missing too, then. Although the Duke's got some nerve if he expects Prince Olivert to side with him after he imprisoned the rest of the Imperial family.
But think, these kinds of things are simply what the great nobles of this country have always done. The War of the Lions, too, was brought about by numerous families of some standing backing potential successors to the throne. Emperor Dreichel's, as a late arrival to the war, was a mere exception to the rule. I wonder, does Prince Olivert think himself as the second coming of Dreichel's?
One of which is to bring the winds of change to Thor's military academy. A gust of fresh air, if you will. I'll admit, I hesitated to allow it, but I decided to place my hopes in you. We believed then, as we still do, that one day you all will be a great light that can push back the darkness of this country.
I don't think he does. From what I can tell, he intends to try and end this war in a slightly different way from Dreichel's.
Oh? Do tell.
Sorry, but I should be going. Thanks for all the interesting stories. They helped me work through things in my head a bit.
Ha ha!
Where did you
I'm
put the
pleased
mask
to
on?
hear it. I will be waiting at the edge of my seat to hear which path you choose. Join us, and you'll be warmly welcomed. Naturally, I'm fascinated by you as the Azure Knights pilot, but I'm even more fascinated with that brute strength of yours. I would love the chance to see the power of an ogre up close.
Power of an ogre?
I doubt it's half as interesting as what you're thinking. Anyway, if you'll excuse me.
Okay. Who'll be in
I
here?
wonder who's in here.
We got a visitor?
Come on in.
Oh.
Excuse me.
Is that for boys?
Figured it was you. Sup?
Have a seat. Bourbon? I suppose not.
Yeah, I really shouldn't. How come you guys are being so friendly, though? I mean, we're on opposing sides and all.
Why wouldn't we be? It's not like we're on a battlefield right now. We're Jaegers. Nothing unusual about us trying to cut some throats one day than sitting in a bar with the same guys the next.
Of course, if you would rather fight with us, that can be arranged.
No, I'm fine.
I shall have to politely decline. For one thing, I don't think I'd stand the slightest chance of taking you two down.
Hey now, no need to be so pessimistic. If he seems to think pretty highly of you, have a little more faith in yourself.
At the very least, you'd be able to give us a real fight in your divine night. Not that I'd have any intention of losing even then.
Oh my.
The scary thing is, I'm pretty sure he's dead serious. Well, they're used to taking out tanks. They probably have their ways.
Oh yeah? Ranking 72nd for the year in an academy full of big shot students ain't half bad. Brings a tear to my eye to see our little Fee putting her heart into her education.
That's cute.
And don't forget,
She was the youngest of her classmates, too. The boss was right when he said that she can do anything she puts her mind to.
You got that right. Maybe joining the gardening club will make her a bit more ladylike, too. Oh, who am I kidding?
She's still young. She has plenty of time to develop on that front if she so pleases.
They really seem to adore her, like two proud parents talking about their child.
Yeah.
And yet... If you don't mind me asking, why did you leave Fee behind?
Yeah.
After your boss was killed in a battle with his sworn enemy, I mean.
Oh, Fee told you about that.
Asking the important questions here.
It sounds like you're closer to her than I thought you were.
I trust this is simply me being paranoid. But you haven't tried making any moves on her, have you?
No.
No, of course not. I wouldn't dream of it. I just want to know why you'd abandon her when she obviously means so much to the two of you.
Besides, I have my own girl.
She thought of you all like family. Why did you leave her all alone?
Well... We had our reasons. Let's leave it at that.
No, that's not good enough.
I know you want to know, but you're not the one we should be telling that to.
We'll be sure to tell Fee our reasons in due time.
Oh, gosh.
Until then, leave the issue be.
All right. I can accept that. Still, she's our classmate. In that sense, she's like family to me, to us, too. And we feel that way about her just as strongly as you do, if not more so. I want to be perfectly clear on that.
Fighting words right there.
Still, we'll remember you said that. Returning to the matter at hand. You're sure you haven't tried to make any moves on her?
No.
Come on, spit it out.
They really are like two overprotective fathers.
It's cute, though.
I was hoping to get a bit more out of them about what Zephyr is up to. All we did was talk about Fee the whole time. Oh well. At least now I know that the guys in Zephyr really cared about her, so it wasn't a complete waste of time.
Alright. Next.
I can sense someone inside.
Oh.
What the?
What the fuck? Sure, go outside. Why not? What's the worst that can happen? I shouldn't have said that. I shouldn't have said that. Is it MacBurn? It totally is.
Oh, it's you. Forgot you were staying here too.
Yeah. What was that? It's gone now anyway. Maybe it was just my imagination.
Oh, it was definitely not your imagination. I think he has the exact same power as you.
So what's up? I couldn't give a damn whether you joined the Alliance or not, to be honest.
Oh, I didn't come here for any specific reason.
Interesting. You mixed by any chance?
Ask him.
Could I sit and talk to you for a while?
What a pain in the ass.
Oh boy.
So, what do you want to ask?
What do you mean by mixed?
When we ran into each other back near Bereahard, you asked a weird question. Something about being mixed?
Oh, that?
I didn't have the chance to figure out what that meant at the time. But what did you mean?
Don't know if I can even explain that one.
Try.
It's just something you feel.
Huh?
What we've got mixed into us is obviously different in strength and nature.
That doesn't make sense.
It's kind of hard to put into words.
I'm even more confused.
Yeah, seems that way. I know you're not trying to confuse me on purpose, but I really can't wrap my head around what you're saying.
Just watch.
Okay.
Huh?
There's no trick to it. I'm not using an ornament, it's not magic. And I'm not using an artifact either. I just will fire to appear, and it does.
Interesting.
So it's just a totally unnatural ability.
Yeah, I guess you could say that. Something that just gives you results without the processes you'd usually have to go through to obtain them. You've got one too, right?
Yeah, I guess.
Well, true. That power of mine wasn't something I gained from training. I don't even know where the power itself is coming from.
It's the same kind of thing. People who can do things like that usually have something mixed into them.
Yeah, what though?
Something foreign, unnatural, mixed into their body itself. Different to the church's stigmas. Looks like a pretty small part of it in your case, though.
Oh.
Oh boy.
There, huh? Anyway, I couldn't tell you how, where, or why whatever it is got mixed into you.
Did Reed get experimented on?
Sure you've got more questions, but sorry. I can't answer them.
No, it's okay. You've answered enough already. I feel like I understand myself a little better now, actually.
Good for you, I guess. So, we done now?
Yeah, thanks for your time. Oh yeah. So how much of you is unnatural?
Me? All of me.
Oh boy.
His circumstances seem very different from mine. Guess all I can do is remember what he said. Maybe there will come a time when it'll all make sense.
I pray that it all makes sense one day.
I'm sure one day I'll find out what this power of mine is. What the story behind me being given this power as a kid is. One day.
In the very, very far future, probably. Alright. Vita?
Huh? I think I
Oh,
can
wait, no,
sense
Vita's
someone
not here.
inside. Given the circumstances, I imagine it must be one of the people who fought us in Ymir.
Sure, go inside.
Huh? It's open. It's empty. Weird. I could have sworn I sent someone in here. Oh.
Oh. What was her name? Altilia? Altilia?
Looking at her lying down like this, she really is just a child. Maybe 12 or 13? Somewhere close to Milliam's age.
Yeah.
How did a kid like this end up fighting with the Alliance?
Who are you? Who's calling me?
Is she talking in her sleep?
Situation assessed. Location is a room inside the guest area of the Pentagrul. 9 hours have passed since initial loss of consciousness.
Oh god.
Guess she's sleeping comfortably enough here. Then again, she needs it at her age. She's got plenty of growing left.
Wait.
Good morning?
Rean Schwarzer, why are you here? Unless my memories have been tampered with, I believe this room was solely allocated to me.
Oh, it was. Sorry. If I'd known you were sleeping, I wouldn't have come in here.
So you're an intruder then? Clown Soleus.
No, it was just an innocent mistake.
Uh-oh. I'm getting...
Whoa! Can we at least talk about this?
No mercy for trespassers.
Oh boy. Ow.
So you claim to have no inappropriate motives for sneaking into this room?
No, I just wanted to talk.
Not claim! I really didn't!
But once you walked in, you fell victim to temptation and chose to act in accordance to your desires.
Jesus.
No! No, I didn't!
Oh my god.
How many times do I have to explain what happened before you'll believe me?
I was making a joke. Had you any intention of harming me, Clown Soleus would have attacked you. That he didn't proves your innocence.
Good.
Oh, right. Then what was all that for? Oh, whatever. I suppose it's my own fault for coming in without permission. Anyway, I've cleared my name. I'll see you some other time, probably.
If that's what you want to do, you didn't come to ask me anything then?
Well, no. Honestly, I didn't even know you were in here. I do have a lot I'd like to ask you, though. And just as much I'd like to say to you. Okay, if you're offering. What are your reasons for helping the Alliance? Why do you have a puppet just like Milliam's? Just who are you?
The answer to your first question is, I was ordered to do so. As all information regarding Clown Soleus is confidential, I am unable to answer your second question.
Okay.
And as for the last one, I am unable to fully comprehend the depth of your question.
Oh, forget it. You abducted my sister and the princess. Whether you were ordered to or not doesn't change that. And it's not something I think I can forgive. See you around. Sorry, that was probably too harsh. I can't pretend to know anything about your circumstances, but I do know that you didn't abduct them of your own free will. Anyway, with that said, I'll be going. Maybe we'll have a chance to talk again sometime.
The Black Workshop.
What?
That's the name of the place I belong to. It was they who loaned me to the Noble Alliance. Unless you choose to join the Alliance, that is the most I'm able to disclose to you.
The name doesn't ring any bells. And loaned? That makes it sound like I suppose it's none of my business.
Hey.
Thanks for telling me. I'll be sure to remember that name.
I can't see doing so holding any real purpose for you. Incidentally, did you have any untoward motives behind what you just did?
No, I just patted you on the head, is what Rain does.
No, I did not.
Okay.
The Black Workshop? Loaned? Sounds like stuff worth remembering.
Yep. Maybe Alicia will know something about that. Well, it's the forgettable girl one.
Having to travel to and from Crossbow like this is utterly exhausting.
You're from Crossbow!
No, I mustn't complain. I'm doing this for the sake of my lord.
Who is your lord?
She sounds awfully familiar.
Who goes there?
Reen has forgotten exactly who. I love this.
Wait! You're the Azure Knights pilot!
I remember you now. You're with Ouroboros. Duvali the Swift, right?
Have you no shame? Is it perhaps normal for you to barge into a lady's room unannounced? You and that Arseid are only as bad as each other, I swear. Learn your place!
Actually, I just walked through the door normally. I should have probably knocked before I came in, though. Sorry about that.
And now we're gonna sit down and have some tea. Oh.
So, now that we're understood, what do you want?
I bet if I ask any questions, you're gonna give me some lips, so... But I'm gonna ask them anyway.
Have you come to tell me that you'll be fighting on our side after all?
Sure.
FBI, open up!
Hi, Kuro.
Can you not jump to conclusions? Besides, it's not like you're working with the Alliance because you agree with what they're doing.
Oh, naturally. Lady Clotilde seems to have a purpose of her own, but for my part, I have no obligation to help the Alliance whatsoever. I'm simply cooperating because I was told doing so was necessary to the plan.
Plan? I'm not sure what she's getting at.
Ask her about it.
Just so we're clear, that lord you keep mentioning isn't Vita Clotilde, is it?
No. She may be an Anguis like her, but my lord is the 7th, not the 2nd. She is the leader of the Stahlritter, the great light which guides us. Gallant yet beautiful, proud yet merciful. She's the strongest knight of all, and oh, she's simply divine.
Well, you've made it clear how great you think she is. So the head of the Stahlritter is also a woman?
She certainly is. And if you must know, 100 swordsmen of your strength couldn't hope to equal her.
Okay.
No, 1,000, even 10,000 of you wouldn't be able to so much as scratch her.
What is this great one's name, by chance? I would like to also become an instant fan of hers.
Okay, I get it. She's strong. Still, if she's a woman who could be described as the strongest knight of all, Laura already noticed the similarity between the Eisenritter and Stahlritter, but she really does sound like Saint Sandlot.
I see I've got you thinking.
Uh-oh.
Incidentally, I may have already mentioned her title, but one can never share my lord's glory too many times. She's known as the Steel Maiden.
The Steel Maiden, huh?
And with that, I believe that's enough idle chatter. If you didn't come to tell me that you'll be fighting on our side, then we remain enemies. As such, we shouldn't be standing here being friendly with one another.
Yeah, I suppose you're right. Sorry for bothering you. Actually, there was one more thing I wanted to ask. You're not an enforcer like Blue Blanc or Sharon, right? Is there any reason for that?
Ugh, you just had to ask. Enforcers are selected by the Society's leader, the Grandmaster. And in order to be selected as one and given a number, that person needs to be burdened by some kind of darkness.
Darkness.
But just so we're clear, there is no correlation between having a number and one's strength, all right? I'm quite strong.
I'm sure you were.
I didn't say you weren't. But it makes perfect sense. You don't strike me as someone who's carrying any kind of darkness with you. You're refreshingly sincere. Like someone who hates anything that strays from the path of righteousness.
I'll thank you not to spout such nauseating drivel in my presence. Now get the hell out of my room!
She chased me out. I'm really curious about the Steel Maiden. Could she really have some connection with the Lance Maiden?
Maybe it is this one and the same.
Perhaps even with the woman who helped us during our August field study.
Why would she help us? I'm just gonna stop asking questions. Right, we're done. Last room is on the top floor.
This should be the guest of honor's room. Time to see who's inside.
Knock.
Yes? Who is it? Please come in.
It is.
That sounds like... Excuse me.
It's Princess Elfin! Right? She's gonna be mega happy to see me. Yep.
I had a feeling it was you, but I didn't dare to hope.
It's you! It's really, really you!
Your Highness.
How did you get here? This all feels like a dream. Please don't tell me it is. I don't think my heart could handle the disappointment.
No.
It's really me. I'm so glad you're safe. I'm so sorry that you had to go through all of this. If I hadn't been so weak and careless, none of this would have happened.
You mustn't apologize. Simply being able to see you again is more than I could have hoped for.
You must have been really lonely. I'm here for you now, though. I might not be the most reliable person for the job, but I'm not going anywhere.
So that's what you've been doing all this time?
Yeah, I was happy all of us were able to get back together again. But then yesterday, I ended up being invited onto the ship by Duke Cayenne. That's why I'm here, talking to you.
I do recall thinking things were a little noisier than usual yesterday. Now I know why. Strange as it may sound, I suppose I owe the Duke my thanks. After all, if not for his invitation, we wouldn't have been able to find each other like this.
Sorry. I wish I could say I'd snuck on board to rescue you or something. Incidentally, I hesitate to ask, but...
You want to know where Elise is, right?
Yes.
She's not on this ship, I'm afraid. I can't say for sure, but I believe she's been taken to the same place as my parents.
Really?
I'm sure it isn't news to you that my mother, father, and Cedric have been imprisoned somewhere. And apparently, they've chosen Elise to be my family's attendant. So it's likely wherever they've been taken, she's right there with them.
Really? I'm not sure whether to feel relieved or what.
I can hardly blame you. I feel exactly the same way, even.
But why were you alone imprisoned on this airship? Surely there must be some reason.
That was Duke Cayenne's decision. I believe he's using me to suppress potential rebellion in areas occupied by the Alliance, by having me address the people and calm them down.
Forgive me for saying so, but that's a little messed up, using you like that.
I don't especially mind doing it, honestly. It's a simple enough task. People all across Erebonia are uneasy about this war. And as princess, I should do what's within my power to help calm their nerves.
But at the expense of your own feelings? I know you want to help, but you can't be happy about being used as the Alliance's puppet to deceive them. Plus, you've been forcibly separated from your family, your best friend. You don't even know where they are.
Yes, but... Oh, why even bother? You see through everything, don't you, Reen? Anyway, putting my feelings aside, what do you plan to do now? I presume you don't intend to actually do whatever Duke Cayenne tells you to.
Well...
I'm gonna sneak you off the ship.
I'm really not sure what to do. The longer this war goes on, the more people will suffer because of it. But even so, I don't feel as though siding with the Noble Alliance is the right course of action. And the same goes for the Imperial Army. I can't in good conscience side with them either.
I see.
There's so much to think about. You're being used as a puppet against your will? And then Elise is imprisoned somewhere too, being forced to do who knows what. I have to act somehow to change things.
That wasn't your fault, Reen.
Ever since I was taken in by my family all those years ago,
He's gonna beat himself up again.
I've tried to be a brother figure to her. I became the person I am today because of them. They've always loved me like they would a real son, and she's always treated me like a real older brother.
That's 'cause you are!
You saw that power of mine, didn't you? And what I look like when I use it?
Well, yes, I did.
Back when I was a kid, something just like that happened. I ended up using it right there in front of her. She should have been terrified of me, but if she was, she never once let it show. She treated me exactly the same as before.
Okay, he didn't hurt you. Okay, cool. I was afraid he
And that was when I
accidentally hurt
swore, deep within my heart, no matter what happened, no matter what I had to do, I would always protect her. And that's why I can't help but wonder. I can't help but wonder if now's the time to live up to that promise, if I should put her before everything else, even if I have to ignore or outright betray my own personal beliefs in the process.
Reen. As your honorary little sister, I order you to get a hold of yourself!
What?
Yo.
Your Highness.
I know Elise far better than you think I do. In fact, I'd even go as far as to say I know her better than you. Reen, she's already told me so much about what happened 8 years ago. She told me about how that snowy day was what inspired you to take up the sword. She told me how traumatic that moment was for you. How what happened stays with you even now. And she even told me that, while she hated how she felt the tiniest bit happy because of it. Because it meant that your attention, your guilt, and your sense of responsibility were directed towards her and no one else. And she knew more than anyone how selfish that was.
No.
She may have had other reasons for choosing to go to Saint Estrella, but her main reason was that she didn't want you to keep feeling guilty because of her. More than anything else, she wanted to free you of your burdens. You should know, when you joined Thor's and were making new friends, and you finally seemed to be moving forward, she felt a little jealous, and even a little lonely at being left behind. But she was so very, very happy for you too. So please, Reen, please don't use Elise to justify not choosing your place in this war. Because I know for a fact, she wants you, of all people, to carve your own path and find true happiness.
The words you need to hear.
How could I have been so blind?
Because you're just blind.
All this time I thought I was trying to protect her, and it's been the other way around since the start. And that's not just true for her either. Mom, Dad, Master Ka-Fai, all my friends at Thor's, they've been supporting me this whole time. How could I have missed something so obvious? I think I finally understand what I've been lacking inside of me all this time. I was so focused on trying to protect others, I never stopped to think about how relationships go both ways.
About time.
Others try to support me just like I try to support them, and I have as much of an effect on them as they do on me.
Yes.
How did I not realize before now? I'm sorry, Master. I think you gave me that intermediate scroll a bit too soon.
Intermediate scroll?
But better to realize late than never, I suppose. Because now I finally feel like I'm ready. As long as I keep that fact in mind, I won't lose control again.
Neat. Rean has attained a new state of mind. He is now ready to use a new craft, Spirit Unification, when the time comes. Okay. Sure.
Are you alright?
Sure, yes.
Fine. And I've got you to thank for that. Forget honorary. You sounded just like my real sister for a minute. So, thank you. I think it's time we get going. I wouldn't want to keep my classmates waiting any longer than I already have.
A pity, but you're right. I was rather hoping we could stay like this a little while longer. But I suppose all good things have to come to an end.
I don't get any training montage, no, just gonna give it to me.
Take care of yourself, Rean.
Give me the ability.
I'll leave Elise's rescue to you. No matter what it takes, please. Why are you shaking your head?
I said it's time we get going, didn't I? There's no way I'm leaving my sister's best friend imprisoned in a place like this.
Yes.
I will get the two of us off this ship, so stay close to me.
Right!
Alright, let's get out of here, shall we? Princess Elfin has joined the party.
So, do you have an escape plan?
Valimar, the Azure Knight, is on the deck. He's chained up there, but if we can get to him, I'm sure we can find some way to use him to get away from here. First, though, we need to find a way to get out of this part of the ship without anyone noticing.
Alright then. I never imagined I'd be running away from here with you at my side. Elise is going to be so envious.
Anyway, let's get going.
Do I get to see this new... No, it's not an ability? Okay. Do I have... Am I imagining things, or do I have two S-crafts? I feel like there's gonna be like a second S-craft or something. Okay, let's go. I'm gonna guess we're not going out that way. Or are we?
There are a lot of very strong people here, so try to keep your voice down.
Not to worry.
Okay. Okay. I'm just gonna go down here.
This looks like... Thought so. It's a vent.
Well, that's convenient. Might it lead to somewhere else on the ship, you think?
Most likely. Still, I can't very well ask a princess to crawl through a vent.
Nonsense, Rean. Of course you can. I'm ready to begin our great escape.
But it's going to be all dark inside. And probably filthy, too.
A little bit of darkness and dirt never hurt anyone. I had to travel through some fairly narrow underground passages when escaping from Heimdall, too. All right? How about I go first? I'm smaller than you, after all.
No, definitely not.
Yeah.
Well, as long as you're all right with it. But I'll be going first. Like I said before, just stay close to me.
All right then.
You'd think a princess would be more mindful when she's wearing a dress.
Alright. I'm on my way.
Surprised. It's not dirty at all in here.
Maybe it's because the ship's newly built?
Oh, there's a corner.
We must be past the guest area then. Looks like we're in the clear for that part of the ship, at least.
Yeah, but now we have to figure out how to get onto the deck.
My, that was intense. It's like I've stepped right into the world of one of those spy novels that are so popular these days.
Anyway, here's hoping we can make it to the deck without getting caught.
Nope.
What is it?
Soldiers are coming this way. Keep a safe distance and let me handle this.
It feels like the closest thing we have to someone ordinary around here is that kid. It's pretty nerve-wracking having to be around them all.
I just wish I could get to see Princess Alphen in person.
Oh.
What?
Too late! Now's our chance! Let's get him! My turn! Second form! Gale!
Gladly!
Okay, what can you do? We have arts. Sweet, yes. Oh god.
Huh!
Right!
Oh god. Is it faint?
Thanks! Here I go! Second form! Gale! Now's our chance! You're finished! Gather on my blade! Strike! Okay, it's safe for now.
All will be revealed? Okay.
No! They're strong.
Are you all right, Your Highness?
Yes, I'm fine. Thanks to you, of course. Let's be going. I'll be sure to stay very close to you.
Good. All right, here we go.
Oh boy. Oh boy, this place is massive. Okay, it's not that bad. That looks of it. Do I want to put on... Can I put quartz on you? I can? Like, kind of? Sure. Damn it, I don't have any heals. Let me make a save, yeah. Saving is good. Hey. Is this something I can... Nope. Hi.
Enemy sighted.
I'll take you on.
Let's move. Marcus, activate.
Gladly. Arcus?
My turn. Thanks.
Right.
My turn. Second form. Gale! We'll cut our own path.
This actually might be a really good time for me to do battles with Reen, because he needs to catch up.
Are they?
It's gonna go real slow. So I don't know if that's a good idea or not.
They're called archaisms.
Treasure! Ooh, actually, I still haven't technically... Yeah, let's open all these first. But I actually haven't done this. That's so syrup. Ingredients! So many! Jesus. Okay, is that it? Yep. Right, yeah. Oh my god, I have 99 new material now? Jesus. I could summon one of these. That's just guarantees me a level, though. And I only have 2 of them. I don't think it's worth it just for Reen.
I don't suppose escaping through the windows would be an option.
Probably not. We'll have to do this the long way.
Orange cape. I don't have to worry about getting you material for a while, at least.
Good luck, Reen! It's my turn.
My turn. gather on my blade! Strike!
It's my turn. Gladly. Arcus, activate!
My turn!
Can I move and get... Yeah, there we go.
Thanks! My turn!
Regenerating some of my CP.
It's my turn.
Here I go! Ha! That's the power of the 8 leaves.
There they are! Recover the princess!
Whew!
2 soldiers, 1 military monster. Shouldn't be a problem. Stay back, please.
Right! Good luck, Green!
Let's move! Arcus, activate!
Right!
Oh no. Oh no, that's not
Sorry,
good.
everyone.
Oh! Jesus. Okay.
Good luck, Green! Right!
Uh-huh. Heal him, please.
Let's move!
Okay, Reen can't die. Got it.
Alright, let's do this!
Right!
Thanks!
I guess that does make sense. Ow!
It's my turn.
Thanks! Here I go! Second form, Gale!
I love Gale so much! Thank you for missing.
Gladly!
Thanks! My turn! Second form, Gale!
It's my turn.
You missed.
Curse you!
Here I go! There! Ha!
Curse you!
We'll cut our own path. I'm shocked how skilled you are with arts.
You are? You're so sweet.
Nah. I think grinding would have been a good idea. Oh well. I might have to use these fucking puffballs. I'm so close to a level though. Maybe I can get a level up to whatever's in here.
Enemy sighted! Let's take him out! Let's move! Second form, Gale!
Right!
Thanks!
It's my turn. Arcus, activate!
Let's move!
Oh no. Ow.
Thanks! My turn! Second form, Gale!
Missed!
Right! Arcus, activate!
Thanks! My turn!
Gladly!
Thanks! Too slow! That's the power of the 8 leaves.
Level up? Thank you.
I did it!
Okay, puffballs might be actually a really good idea. Okay. But where will they appear? I don't even know if this is a good idea or not. Can I have confirmation if this is going to be a good idea? I mean, I could save. Actually, that... You know what? I'll save. And I'll try it and see where they appear. Oh! I can't use it here. Okay, never mind. So it didn't work, right? Yeah, I still have 2. Okay. Interesting. So they have to be in a dungeon. Got it.
Good luck, Green!
Here I go!
Oh yes, they're not linked. The linking would be a good idea. Nope.
Burn to ash! Fall! Now!
Gladly! Right! Arcus,
Oh shit,
activate!
shit.
Let's move!
I did not mean to do that on you. But okay.
Burn to ash! Fall!
Right! Arcus, activate! That was splendid!
Hopefully this will lead to the deck.
I might as well, seeing as I have so much surf now, I might as well just get that out of the way. Anything I want to get? Yeah, that might be a good idea. Can I actually customize my weapon? I don't think I can. Nope. Alright, ornament. Shorts. Nope. Let's get rid of mute, because I don't need that anymore. Let's put Arc Pulse on. Which is fine. Let's put Reaper on. There's nothing really I can put on here. Okay. Increasing my defense might be a really good idea. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. This isn't a real dungeon? Yeah, I figured. Oh well. Doesn't matter.
How did you get ahead of us?
Ha ha! I'll freely admit I wasn't actually expecting you to join the Alliance, but not even in my wildest dreams did I imagine you'd try to flee the ship with our dearest princess.
You're a bold one, I'll give you that.
I wasn't expecting to run into either of you on the way out either. You guys aren't called the Phantom Thief and Duvalie the Swift for nothing.
Trying to praise us won't get us to let you pass.
Ha ha! Princess Alfin is one of this nation's most precious treasures. You surely couldn't have thought that I, the Phantom Thief, would allow you to steal her from us, could you?
I'm not being stolen by anyone. If anything, I was the one who whispered sweet nothings into his ear and tempted him to run away with me.
Oh my! What a passionate young lady you are. Forgive me for being so presumptuous. You've no doubt taken after your brother in more ways than one.
I'd like to believe that I'm not quite the oddball he is. I couldn't agree more with his belief that love is the truest form of beauty, however.
Really now?
They're actually hitting it off.
I think that's enough messing around for one day. You're an enforcer, Blue Blanc. Take your work seriously and behave!
Ha ha! I think the number of enforcers who take things seriously are in the minority, I'm afraid. Still, you're right about us having played around for long enough. I find the many mysteries surrounding you fascinating, but there's a certain appeal to them remaining forever unsolved, too.
You may think yourself a swordsman, but allow me to show you how little you truly know.
Are you sure you can do this?
I'll be fine. Don't worry about me. The gap in skill between us is small enough that I should be able to force our way through.
Oh?
Small? The difference in our strength is like night and day, you boor! And if you're foolish enough to be unable to see that, then allow me to make you realize your folly and pay for your arrogance.
The one being foolish and arrogant is you.
Oh boy! Do it, Reed! Do it, do it, do it, do it, do it, do it, do it!
My.
Reen?
I owe me being able to do this to you, Your Highness. You and Elise. Now, everyone who's done anything to aid us in coming this far deserves thanks.
Unleashing full demon power, let's go!
What's happened to him?
Could this be your ogre power?
8 leaves, 1 blade school, intermediate level. I, Reen Schwarzer, will be your opponent.
I will enjoy this.
This is his ogre power?
My turn.
Do I even... Oh my god, everything's changed! Fatal... Arcane Gale? Okay. I want to try all of this, but, okay. Align? Okay. KO by 50%? Jesus. S-Cast 2. Gale Perfected Essence. Oh my god, this is amazing. Burn 60%, faint 60%. Oh my god, this is amazing. Oh, I don't... I want to try it all. Okay, which one sounds the coolest? Oh, we gotta go with this one.
There! Ha!
I mean, it doesn't look too much different. Okay.
My minions!
My turn!
Let's try,
Arcane Gale! Let's move!
That was amazing!
Burn to ash! Fall! Let's move!
What?
How can this be happening? What is he?
Ha ha ha! Splendid! Simply splendid! So you finally conquered your power and made it your own, did you? You continue to fascinate me, Reen.
He continues to fascinate me too, but that's been since the start of the first game.
Reen!
I love this so much.
Forgive me, Your Highness.
What for?
Yep. Time to go.
Goodness!
Wait just a damn minute!
I think no.
Whoa, what's going on here?
I don't know, but I don't think it's worth us chasing after them.
Cool. Just let us get away. I know I love the music, by the way. I absolutely love the music. But I love the music of all
We'll
this
make
game.
our way directly to the deck. Are you alright, Your Highness?
as if it's about to burst.
That doesn't sound very fine.
Come on, is now really the time to be flirting with each other?
Uh-oh.
You're here too.
You got some real guts, kiddo. But you ain't getting past us.
Zephyr's guard shall not be easily broke.
Cool.
Looks like he's picked up a few tricks from our fee.
Oh.
The targets have broken our line of defense. Commencing pursuit.
Oh my god.
I'm sorry about that, Your Highness.
I'm fine. Don't worry about me. But, can I hold on to you a little tighter?
Of course.
Targets in sight. Commencing capture.
Oh boy.
My suspicions outlining you as an indecent person seem to have been confirmed.
Jeez.
Can you not make me out to be some kind of pervert all the time, please?
One strike.
Target lost. I may have underestimated you, Reen Schwarzer.
I mean, everybody does.
In more ways than one.
I'm so sorry, Your Highness. I didn't really have any choice but to do that. I realize that's no excuse.
I know you didn't, but she seemed even younger than me. How could you, Reen? That truly is indecent.
Try not to pay any attention to what she says about me. There's the exit.
Don't change the subject.
But changing the subject's what I do best. This is amazing. I love this so much. There's Velmer.
That's the Ashen Knight?
Oh.
Isn't that?
Oh boy. Wait, this duo. This duo is not good. But music.
So that's how it manifests for you.
You finally mastered that power you got, huh? Still, you're one busy guy, you know that? One minute you're down in the dumps, the next, you've got one of the cutest girls in the country cheering you up.
Well, I can't deny it. But she wasn't the only one. There was my sister, our classmates, even you, in a sense.
Come on.
Can't say I'm not curious to see what that power of yours can do. But I think you get priority here.
Yeah, let me have this one.
Your Highness, if you don't mind.
All right.
Okay.
This is your first time fighting me without the mask on, I think. With our Divine Knights, I come out on top. But let's see who wins when it's just the two of us.
Sounds good to me. You managed to win against 3 of us at once in the catacombs below Heimdall. But it's just you and me now. And this time, I'll be the victor.
Go ahead and try. All right, you ready, Reen?
Here I go.
Nope. But I guess I have to be.
Gotcha.
Ow.
Yeah. Let's move.
That's
Burn to ash! Fall!
so much demon damage!
Let's move!
Oh wait, no. Sure. Oh my god, I love it.
Let's move!
Yes, give me all the turns!
Burn to ash! Fall!
Sit!
Here we go! Yeah!
I want to try my S-craft.
My turn!
Weak!
Sit! Gather on my blade!
So cool! Oh my god!
Not bad.
Let's move! My turn!
Weak!
There! Let's move! There!
Oh no, I missed!
My turn!
Bitch!
Let's move!
I'm gonna finish you off in style! Finish him off, Reem!
Gather on my blade!
Damn.
That's what I can really do!
Yeah! No holding back now!
Huh. You actually did it. I sure wasn't expecting you to beat me one-on-one.
You fought pretty well yourself. It couldn't have been easy to last as long as you did against me like this.
I'm guessing this is only temporary.
Reen!
Yep.
Why did this have to happen now?
Guess your luck ran out.
Ha! We finally caught up to you!
Well, aren't you, Mr. Popular?
Mastering it just mean it does mean it has a time limit. We exceeded it.
But I think you may have been slightly too reckless this time.
Now what?
That wasn't a bad fight. Even if you lost, at least you tried, I guess.
Your Highness, please move away from me.
Hey, don't be too rough with... Look sharp!
The Courageous!
The Crimson Wings?
What are you all?
Sorry for the wait, Reen.
Yo! We're here to save the day!
You caught us all off guard back in Ymir.
So this time we opted to take the initiative ourselves.
Come on, Reen.
We meet again,
Push
Severing
back.
Chain.
Push back the
And I see you
tiredness.
brought the purple lightning with you.
She brought more than that. Check out the Icy Maiden and that big shot arts user from the Bracer Guild.
We couldn't ask for a more impressive group.
Here it comes again.
Oh yeah!
Your lordship!
Wait, what? weird. What? That sounded weird.
It's good to see you again, Rain. And it relieves me to see you're none the worse for wear, Your Highness.
It sounded like he was saying that inside a robot or something.
Huh. Wow. You're strong. Very strong.
That's quite the nod coming from the blazing demon himself. I can see now why you're considered one of the fiercest in Ouroboros, and why some even claim you to be the Steel Maiden's equal.
Well, I know who I'm gonna be fighting.
Yep. Don't you go forgetting about us now.
You're all here too?
Yay!
Are you okay, Reen?
Looks like we've landed in the middle of something pretty crazy.
And not a moment too soon.
You came!
Glad to see you're all right.
You certainly seem to have kept yourself busy. Enjoying your scandalous elopement with Reen, are you?
He gave me the time of my life.
You guys were having that much fun, huh?
And with our princess, Reen?
To think we were so worried about you.
You're not supposed to take it literally.
So this is what you threw me out of Valimar for? Doesn't look very fun.
Crow, you're here.
It feels like it's been ages since we last saw you.
You're looking spiffy, Crow.
I'm hanging in there. Sure wasn't expecting all of you to show up, though. How are we even gonna settle this?
That is the question, isn't it? I'd roughly estimate both sides to be of equal strength.
Yeah? So we'd probably just end up at a stalemate, huh?
Oh, doesn't sound like much fun at all. Let's say we just forego the fighting and have ourselves a party instead.
I could never turn down a party.
That sounds simply wonderful.
I'll bring the booze.
Ah! No, no, no! Can't one of you take this a little more seriously?
This is getting us nowhere.
Serious is no fun. Bird? Vita. Yep. Called it.
Look who decided to show up.
Krianos, Vita!
Welcome aboard the Pantagruel, Emma. Your overall ability as a witch might still be lacking, but that transportation spell was exceptional. I must apologize for the untimely intrusion. As displeased as a few of you might be by the idea, I think it best if we let one another peacefully go our separate ways this time. I'll be the one who bears the brunt of Duke Cayenne's anger.
Vita. Can't say I understand why we should.
It's not our place to question the orders of our clients.
Whatever. Gives me something to look forward to later.
Why are you letting us go?
Okay. See ya, Fee.
Next time we meet, it will be as enemies.
Yep, I know.
Aww, I was kind of hoping we'd be able to talk some more.
I expect we will have multiple opportunities to do so in the near future.
Well, catch you later, Phantom Thief.
Or not.
Yeah.
You do know that no one likes your stupid pranks, right?
No one.
Tut tut! There's no need to be so harsh.
I'm one of those people that do not like your pranks, good sir. I hate them. Go away.
It's a shame we couldn't resume our debate on the nature of beauty this time, my most worthy rival.
I could wax eloquent about beauty till I'm old and gray, but honestly, I think it's about time we settled things between us.
Next time we meet, Radiant Blade Master and his daughter, it will be to battle.
Sure.
Well, I certainly have no objection to that.
You seem to bear some manner of ill will against my household. I don't know your reasons, but should we be granted the opportunity, I would gladly settle things with you in battle.
Yes, well, let's not be too hasty. I can wait.
Guess that wraps things up for now. You've definitely grown, but you've still got plenty of room for improvement, especially when it comes to piloting Valimar. So unless you're up for another beatdown, I suggest you get to work on fixing that.
I'll try.
Yeah, I know. Oh, and just to confirm, you were the one who told Toval where I was, right?
Oh.
2 days ago, I got a call out of nowhere on my Arcus. They gave me this crazy amount of detail on exactly where to find you, then they just hung up. Didn't even say who they were. Oh, now that you mention it, he does have the same voice as that mystery caller. I did think he sounded familiar. That must have been because I'd heard it during your concert at the festival.
Damn, looks like the jig is up.
Why?
You really did that?
Oh, Crow, there's no shame in admitting that you care, you know.
And if I might be so bold as to offer a word of advice, get Valimar a better sword, one like yours. If you think you're such hot stuff you can beat me without your 8 leaves training, you're in for a world of hurt.
Correct choice of armaments is indeed paramount. Selecting one the Awakener is well suited to will increase combat efficiency exponentially.
I can't pretend to know much about this kind of thing.
He's right. Eastern blades like my Tachi are the heart and soul of the 8 Leaves, 1 Blade style swordsmanship. All right, I'll take your advice. And when I've got myself one, I'll finally take everything back. The Academy, Elise, and even you, Crow.
Yeah. That's a tall ask. Okay.
If that's how you want it, I'd like to see you try.
Courageous! Full speed ahead!
Commence retreat from this airspace.
Ooh, I recognize the voice. Is that Toa? Intermission, end, save. That was amazing. Let's continue, shall we? You can go for another bit.
If that is all, I will return to a state of inactivity.
Thanks for all you've done, Valimar. I'll be counting on you if anything else comes up.
Acknowledged.
Acknowledged.
Prepare yourself for your next encounter with the Azure Knight, my Awakener.
Don't worry, I will. We lost last time, but I know that's not all I'm capable of. As long as we're all together, I know I can get stronger.
I eagerly await your results.
Looks like he went to sleep.
So, this is what the Great Ashen Knight looks like up close, huh? I've heard all manner of rumor about it, but I never expected I'd stand in the presence of a legend.
I can't possibly begin to thank you enough. I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't come to my aid. Thank you. And that goes for everyone else, too. Thanks for coming to rescue me, guys.
We're just happy you're okay.
Just don't scare us like that again, all right?
True. We were all on edge waiting for you to get back.
And yet you somehow managed to come out unscathed with Her Highness in tow.
You make it sound like it was easy. Well, easy or not, it was worth going on board. I got plenty of useful info out of it. So funny enough, I'd say their invitation worked to my benefit more than theirs.
I guess there's no harm in looking at the positives now that all's said and done.
Look at you, acting mature and all grown up. Brings a tear to my eye.
Looks like we have some catching up to do.
I'd like to follow Reen's lead and extend my thanks to each of you as well. Thank you, all of you. And, dear brother, it's a relief to see you safe and sound. Though I never pictured my great escape would end with you in this airship of all things.
We did time our appearance fabulously, if I do say so myself. My only regret is that we weren't able to blow in with a storm of rose petals when we boarded them. Perhaps I should have asked Emma to look into the feasibility of making such a magnificent entrance.
Oh my god.
Oh man, that would have been so cool!
Well, it's probably not impossible. Now you're just being silly.
We like being silly, Celine. Let us be silly.
Sounds about right for our prince.
Well, at the very least, I'd say we're clear of any immediate danger. And given this opportunity, I'd like to sit down with you to discuss our situation and exchange any pertinent information.
Yes.
But first, I think we have a few more reunions to celebrate.
Reen!
George!
Toa! George! I thought I heard your voices when we started flying away from the Pantagruel, so you were on board too?
You bet. Good to see you, Reen.
Whoa!
It's really you. You're really okay.
No.
No sooner had we found out that you were still alive, we got told you had been taken by the Alliance. We've been so worried about you.
I'm a real troublemaker, aren't I? Sorry, Toa. But I'm glad to see you and George made it out okay. Everything I've said to you has been at the back of my mind ever since we parted ways in Trista, and it's kept me going every step of the way. So, thank you.
Oh. You remembered. You promised me you wouldn't die. And you didn't.
Nope.
We still need to work on that one, but I know you're not the kind of guy who'd go back on his word.
See? Reen's a guy you can count on. Nice to see you're holding up okay. Still can't believe you made it through all that fighting in Trista in one piece, but... well, here you are.
Good to see you again, George. But how'd you two end up on the Courageous to begin with?
We'll bring you up to speed once we all sit down for our meeting.
Yes.
There's a conference room on one of the upper floors. We can meet there when you're ready.
Okay. I'm guessing buns first, or side quests first, or what? Or are we going straight there?
The Courageous began its independent operations right before Heimdall was first occupied. I realized what the Alliance was planning, so I gathered a skeleton crew, met with Viscount Arcade, and we hurried straight to Trista, where we found your classmates locked in combat with the Azure Knight.
I see. That explains why you were in Trista.
fine. I'm good for a while. I do want to get food soon, so I might end soon, so I can get food. Getting hungry.
I shudder to think what would have happened if not for the Courageous' timely appearance. What have you been doing since then, Father? I hadn't heard anything about your whereabouts until now.
Eventually, we were able to shake off the Azure Knights' pursuit, and we've been traveling around the country ever since, preparing to find you and take you on board.
George and I haven't been here long. The principal managed to get in touch with the Courageous without anyone noticing and sent us here.
He did?
I hope he's still alright. By the way, what happened to Major Vander? You two are always joined at the hip.
Alas, he is currently indisposed. His military obligations have him heading up the 7th Armored Division in Western Erebonia. They're working with your former instructor, Major Neidhart, as well.
With him too? So he's over in the west now.
Huh. I should have known the 4th Armored Division's ace wouldn't get his ass kicked so easily.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Dad said he'd heard from him too, remember?
Still, the west side of the country contains Marquis Higharm's Sutherland province, along with Duke Cayenne's Lemaire province. The fighting there would no doubt be even more fierce than it is here in eastern Erebonia.
Correct. A large percentage of the Imperial Army's military strength still remains intact, but the Noble Alliance forces' constant attacks have put them at a disadvantage. On top of that, a number of townships in the region have been caught in the crossfire and suffered great losses.
That's terrible.
I'd heard as much, but it still pisses me off to hear it.
With the 3rd and 4th Armored Divisions occupied on the eastern side of the country, one can only assume the Noble Alliance intends to use that as an opportunity to crush the forces in the west.
Yeah, but they're not stupid. I bet the army in the west is putting up a pretty good fight by themselves.
It's too early to call things just yet.
An astute assessment. The situation in the Western Theater could change at a moment's notice.
Right. But that means we're uncertain what course to pursue now. And having said that, we have a question to pose to all of you. The question, really. With the whole of the Empire caught in the throes of civil war, what exactly do all of you intend to do from here on out?
Us?
We were in the midst of discussing that when Reen was taken to the Pantagruel, in fact.
This is a full-on war, and our fellow Erebonian countrymen stand on both sides. No one here is delusional enough to think that a group of students like us are capable of stopping it by ourselves. Still, during our field studies, we found ourselves up against the problems this nation faces again and again. And because we have that experience, I believe there's a place for us to change things in all this. A part only we can play. We may not be able to compete head-on with the Alliance, but together, we can move things in the right direction for Erebonia as a whole.
That was wonderful, Reen.
Still, we aren't all gathered here for the same reasons. Be it rescuing Elise or settling things with Crow, we've all got something that we personally want to accomplish. But accomplishing those things won't be possible with the situation as it stands. And that's why, no matter how stacked the odds are against us, or how fierce the fighting becomes, we want to put everything we have into making all the difference we possibly can, in whatever way we can. I think I speak for everyone in Class 7 when I say that.
You bet. I agree completely.
We may all come from different walks of life, but this time, that can work for us.
Exactly. We have something no one else does, and because of that, we can do things no one else can.
And what kind of class would we be if we didn't take advantage of that to protect the people and things we love?
As well as find our own answers to the questions we have looming over us.
As Reen said, however big or small it is in the long run, we have a place in this war, and we have every intention of following it.
Sounds like it'll be a pain, though.
Yeah.
No biggie. We're Class 7. Throw in a few of Reen's trademark speeches and we're raring to go.
Trademark.
Look at you kids.
You all sound like you've really thought long and hard about this.
That's
the Class 7 I'm proud to serve.
And you guys aren't the only ones who feel that way. Everyone at Thor's has something to bring to the table. Remember the Academy's motto? Arise, O youth, and become the foundation of the world.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That was what Principal Van Dyke said to us at the welcoming ceremony.
The words of Dreikel's the Lionheart serve to inspire us to this day, it would seem.
Of course. They ring as true as ever.
It's like you didn't even have to think about it. You guys just knew.
Yeah, you should be proud of yourselves. And it's true that Thor students are scattered all over the country right now. But I'm sure that each and every one of them are fighting too, and they feel the exact same way that you guys do.
I understand. Your Highness.
Indeed. I figured you would have already given it some thought, but I wasn't expecting such a stirring conviction. But I think this at least settles the matter of what course to take. If you would do the honors, Captain.
As you wish. We're about to do something neither side would ever expect us to do. We're going to entrust this ship to you.
Huh?
From here on out, the Courageous is yours to command as you see fit.
Cool, I got an airship!
What?
What?
Father, would you mind elaborating?
It means exactly what it sounds like. The operation of this ship will be left entirely to your discretion.
Sweet.
I imagine your journey to make a difference in this war needs a home base to begin from.
Sweet.
Well, yes, but...
But then what will you do?
We plan to disembark and make our way to the western provinces. Once there, we'll begin working with the 7th Armored Division and the other neutral forces in the region. The intention is to ensure that as few innocents as possible are harmed by this conflict.
I was actually worried this airship might prove a bit too conspicuous to aid us in pursuing that goal. But with us headed west, we'd be leaving all of eastern Erebonia in your hands.
Wow.
Yeah. That's a big weight on my shoulders.
I see. That does make the most logical sense.
Kinda. If we've got the Courageous, we could give our third faction some real weight. Neither side could afford to ignore us.
I'm not even sure the Guild could come up with a plan this wild.
Well, it's fair to say I've learned a lot from the way the Guild's members handle things, yourself included. Oh, and Alphen?
Yes?
I'd like to ask you to remain on board the Courageous as well. This ship is technically the property of the Arner household, fathers in particular. It should give them a certain freedom to act if they have concrete backing from a member of the Imperial family.
I'd be happy to. Henceforth, I, Princess Alphen Rice Arner, will guarantee the legitimacy of their actions. So do whatever you see fit to do. You have my full support.
Thank you, Your Highness.
Wow!
We are truly honored to have you with us.
No turning back now.
Nope.
Yeah, seriously.
I got an airship.
We hereby humbly accept custody of the Courageous.
Please, leave Eastern Erebonia to us.
We'll be counting on you then.
I'm looking forward to toasting your future successes.
Alright. I'm guessing the game is about to open up now. On that day, Class 7 was entrusted with the day-to-day running of the Courageous. Viscount Shed and Prince Albert decided they would disembark near Lugram and travel to the western Erebonia across the lake. After receiving the bare minimum instructions on how to operate the ships, its bright-eyed new owners set course for Airbel Highway.
I'm leaving you in charge of the Courageous' day-to-day operations. I don't doubt you'll make a fine acting captain.
It would be an honor.
So, how do I look? Wow, really does suit you. Yeah, the size is just right too. Fortunately, we had a spare hand that was a size smaller. This is quite fortunate. It's kind of cute. You kind of look like a cute mascot, like a human mushy. Perhaps we should capitalize on this opportunity and with the insurable line of Captain Toa merchandise. That sounds like a wonderful idea. Oh, you're too terrible. Gotta say, the hat's a nice touch, Toa. It really suits you. Yep, you definitely look the part of the captain with it. I think things will be just fine from here in with in our absence. Yeah, you guys won't be needing us much longer. You guys are taking off then? You'll be disembarking together with Father, yes? Yeah, it was nice to help you help out until you guys got back together again. But now that there's no use in me sticking around. With the situation in the West what it is, I've decided to help out over there instead. I intend to return to my commanding the RMP. I believe that's the best way I can contribute to bringing this war to an end. We understand. Bye-bye, Claire! If we bump into Lecter somewhere, make sure you say hi for me. I sure will do so. I have been entrusted with a number of research tasks by Chairman Irenia, as it so happens. So this is farewell for now. That doesn't sound shady at all. But, well, stay safe, alright? Whatever you're a member of Ouroboros or not, it'll never change how you're our family made. Oh my. I'm touched to hear you say so, my lady. Please, my lady, take care of yourself. Still, let's keep in touch, okay? I'm going to keep gathering as much information as I can through the guild's intelligence network. It's not like Ereboni is the only place with strange stuff going on down. True. I'm particularly concerned about what's happening over in Crossbow. Anyway, I'll leave that to you. Give my regards to Miles. You know it. Thanks for everything you've done for us. I'm sure you wouldn't be able to come this far if not for your help. No need to get all stiff all of a sudden. You're embarrassing me. We may be working separately from now on, but I intend to do all I can to aid you in the future. Take care, everyone.
Well then, it's time we bid you all a fond farewell for now. Chin up, Alphen. I'm counting on your charm to keep everyone motivated.
May the goddess be with you.
I look forward to the stories you'll have to tell when next we meet, Laura.
Good luck, Father.
Well, there they go. You think they'll be okay on their own?
Only the goddess herself knows for certain. Still, with some already calling this a second advent of the War of the Lions, I can only hope they make it through unscathed.
Oh, I'm sure they'll all be just fine. They don't bear the symbol of the horned lion for show.
Yes, I suppose you're right. And the same goes for me, too. I can't very well call myself a Thor's alumnus and fail to deliver.
Well, well, are we birds of a feather? Proud Thor's graduates unite. I'll be in touch with them plenty in the coming weeks, so don't worry. The old guard will do as it must to keep watch over the young and vigilant. Speaking of the old guard, Chancellor Osborne was also a Thor's graduate, was he not?
Was he?
Yes, he was.
God damn.
Sorry to say, I can't picture it.
Was he now?
I didn't know he attended tours.
He and I may have had our differences, but I still feel a certain loss with his passing. I'd like to express my condolences to you while I have the chance.
I'm afraid I never had the chance to truly get to know him, but there's no doubt in my mind that he was one of the greatest men of our time.
Thank you.
Still, it must be tough for you with Heimdall under the Alliance's thumb. Were you able to find out where his funeral was held?
Actually...
Actually...
Is something amiss?
It's just that I received a strange report on that very issue. I was told his body was taken into the custody of the Imperial Guardsmen when the city was occupied. But then after that, it simply disappeared at some point.
Oh, what?
Disappeared, you say?
Huh? How does a body disappear?
Is it possible the reformist faction could have taken it from them?
I'm afraid I don't know. It is possible that the intelligence division did something to that effect.
A disappearing corpse is certainly cause for concern.
Very much so, because from what I know, disappearing corpse normally means alive or something else.
It's difficult not to draw parallels with the Lance Maiden's sudden death following the War of the Lions.
Unbelievable.
Oh, God.
I'm almost impressed how much trouble one man can stir up, even from beyond the grave.
Please be dead. Please don't come back.
He had so many plots in motion. I doubt even his death put a stop to them all.
Ugh. Let's not think about it. Let's go on. Just don't think about it. Touring Erebonia 1. Grain spots. Open up all of them.
No change in weather or wind direction since entering Kreutzen provincial airspace.
We are currently cruising at a speed of 3,000 SPH. Nothing abnormal detected on the radar thus far.
Detour around the Twin Dragons Bridge, staying within the clouds. Take extra care that we aren't noticed by the Noble Alliance's surveillance.
Yes, ma'am.
Wow, she's a real natural at this.
Yeah, it's hard to believe she's only been in the position for a day.
Indeed. She has proved a worthy captain in Father's place.
As if anyone could fit the role better than our student council president.
She still looks like a mascot character, though.
That's just one of her many charms.
Yeah, and besides, I can feel at ease knowing she's in charge. So, today's the day we start our journey anew, right?
Right. We settled what we'll be doing last night. Now all that remains is to do it.
Which is... What are we doing? These cutscenes are extremely long.
Well, Toa and George should be able to handle the day-to-day running of the ship, so that's out of the way. And whatever we decide, it's not like we're going to be able to do anything major today. Still, I think it's time we start hammering down exactly what we're going to be doing from tomorrow onward.
In theory, the Courageous gives us the ability to fly around the whole country with ease. But in reality, the Noble Alliance has control over most of Erebonia, so we're limited in where we can actually go.
Yeah, we don't want to risk getting too close to Alliance territory. We'd run the risk of being captured, or even worse, being shot down.
It's sad to think how we barely have anywhere we can land with an amazing airship like this at our disposal.
Care to share your thoughts on this, instructor?
Oh, you kids can just do whatever you want. I lost the will to put in any effort after Captain Classy got off.
You slacker.
I'm pleased that you think so highly of my father, but...
I don't think she was talking about him.
Maybe Laura can hook you up with a one-on-one lecture on the Arcade School of Courtsmanship, if you know what I'm saying.
I was kidding. In all seriousness, if you need more people fighting in whatever you end up doing, I'll be happy to help you out. Just don't forget that the Courageous was entrusted to you kids, not to me. If you want my advice, then you got it. But you need to be able to make all the important decisions on your own.
Of course.
You almost sound like an instructor for once.
Getting back to the matter at hand, we don't need to decide everything right at this moment. What say you to figuring out how and what for now?
Come again?
I assume what would be our overall goal. Something realistic that we can all work together towards. And the how would be a basic idea on how we intend to achieve it?
Uh-huh. It's a little trick we use in the student council. It's easier to get motivated when you have a specific goal in mind.
You guys were doing the same kind of thing in the weeks before the Academy Festival, remember? The concert was what you were working toward, and all your other planning was how you intended to pull it off.
I see. That makes sense.
We did spend a lot of time before and during the festival working out all the details, come to think of it.
Not to mention taking care of the things we couldn't plan, like the strange stuff at the old schoolhouse.
We were coordinating with all of the other classes and clubs at the same time, too.
When you break it down step by step, we did so much without even realizing it. And we may have our own personal goals right now, but if we can wrap those up into one overarching goal, it won't seem half as much.
How about making it something related to the Academy itself, then?
I was thinking the exact same thing.
I wonder what's happening there.
Toa, George, the Academy is currently under the Noble Alliance's control, right?
That's right. The staff and students who are there are doing what they can, but...
As you know, during the attack, a lot of the students managed to flee Trista and are now scattered across the country. And most of the upper-class students chose to stick it out, though. They've got no reason to fear the Alliance, being nobles and all.
All right, then. I think our what should be taking back the Academy.
That sounds good to me. The Courageous will serve as a good means of transport, but we'll need a proper base sooner or later.
But with it, we can get a better look at the current state of things in Erebonia and try to reach out to those who are in need.
And whatever information we learn along the way could bring us that much closer to liberating the Academy.
Can't see taking it back going that smoothly, though.
No doubt. It's near the capital, so its defenses are gonna be rock solid.
Still, I like it. What goal is more worthy of us than reclaiming something we hold so dear?
Indeed. Regardless of personal motivations, I can't think of an objective more fitting to us as a group.
And if we actually manage to achieve it, the sky's the limit for us.
I'm genuinely moved by your positivity.
Well, their optimism is probably their strongest point.
Yeah.
We were thinking of something along the same lines, in fact, so it works out. And hey, if we all thought about it, what's to stop the others from thinking it too? So if you happen to bump into anyone who escaped from the Academy, why not go and ask them to join us?
Sweet!
I'm not saying it has to be your primary focus or anything, but the more people we have on our side, the better.
That's a great idea!
Yeah, we'll be sure to keep an eye out.
We have about the bare minimum crew we need to fly at the moment, but it's not like this is their full-time job. I'm sure our current staff won't be here forever, so we're gonna need a few extra hands on board at some point. Ideally, we could have whoever's here now stick around long enough to train anyone we end up recruiting.
I know our numbers are small right now, but the more people we can get on our side, the higher chance we stand of making Trista and the Academy our home again. And I don't know about you, but I get this weird sense of satisfaction knowing that we students are gonna be the ones to do it.
I know the feeling, actually.
Everything works for me.
I'd say that's our how decided, wouldn't you?
Agreed. To wrap all this up, we'll use the Courageous as our base, and as a way to get a good idea of the current state of things in Eastern Erebonia. Along the way, we'll try to recruit as many fellow Thor students to help us out as we can, all for the sake of our primary goal, taking back Thor's military academy.
Sweet. Well, I suppose what we need to decide next is where we should head first. Yeah, we need to decide how we don't have many places we can go at the moment, so but there's Ligram, Ymir, and North Highlands. You're able to land at the 4th Armed Division's base too, right? Yeah, I asked my dad about that yesterday, and he said it with that. Probably better for us to swing by all of them once, really. Oh, I almost forgot. Prince Olvert sent a few requests to take care of. He did? Oh, joy. The details are all right behind you. Behind us? Side quests. Oh, there's an orbital computer here. I only ever really used one in class. No need to fear, technology doesn't bite, plus it's easier in the long run for you to grab stuff from there. So go on and take a look. Sure. Oh, lucky us. They are made by the Espen Foundation, so they're ideal to the ones that we used in class. Here we go. Something popped up. So this is how everything's displayed. The Intelligence Division has some of these too, I think. Okay, we got Badass in danger. Purdy's in trouble. Damn those damn noble soldiers. Damn it. I'll tell you at the inn in Lugram. Okay, hurry up and get over here. Okay. A civilian we have taken into our protective custody has vanished. Would they be willing to offer us a few more set of eyes to look for him? It's Craig. Okay. Find our first years. Okay, so we've got Monica, Mintz, Casper, Phoebe. Cool. A large monster has appeared in the Highlands, right? Okay. So it sounds like we get to choose. There's one from Nord, one from Linkrum, one from Grelia's Proving Ground. Seems like there's plenty of work in store for us all over the country. And I wish it was my imagination, but I did saw depressing familiar names in them as well. I'm kind of worried about the one Dad sent us. And nor the unusual monster in Nord either. Prince Oliver took the time to gather and send all these to us himself. Wow, how do you manage that? Just left for Western Erebonia. The guy's plenty of connections establishing throughout the Bracers Guild. He said that he was going to keep finding stuff like this that he thinks you can handle, and send them your way. How many you end up doing is up to you, but I recommend taking care of the more urgent ones, at least. Understood. I don't think any of us will mind one bit. Indeed, it helps us focus on our goal of touring the region and helping those in need. With that being said, I assume checking on the safety of our fellow tour students is our top priority. I took the liberty of giving that one myself, slowly getting information on where the tour students could be. Anytime you need we find information, we'll update the computer, and who knows, maybe they'll be willing to join us too. How convenient. I'm surely grateful. I'm suddenly very grateful for those classes. Guess we'll be checking in this pretty often. Well, I think it's almost everything. And you've decided where do you want to go first? Let me know, okay? Oh, and George is setting up an orbital factory on the ship. Modifications, ports, yeah, got it. And whilst you're at it, worth checking out the facilities on board, too. And the short-staffed, I'm sure the students will okay? Might as well. Still, do you guys mind if we figure out who's going to be making the active party we disembark first? Actually, if you're gonna do that, I mind including me? I'd like to see the strange monster in the Highlands first. Sure, I don't mind. Sounds fair. I can come on if you need a hand too. Just let me know if I'm needed, okay? Thanks, instructor. Now let's see. It is temporarily not possible to remove Gaius from the party. Okay, fine. Okay, let's get going. Right. Let's go, go, go! I think I'm gonna go to the Nord Highlands and save. The Awakening of Lions. I should probably go to the instructor's recommendations and tour the facilities before disembarking. Smart to go see George and the ship's pay Valmar a visit. Might as well see the Princess Alpha too. Oh my god, so many things to do, god. You can visit the end. Okay. Game, I just want to grind. Can we get to the grind spot, please? That way I can end my stream. Oh my god, so many places. Okay, hang on. Okay, we got the bridge, conference, training, shops, kitchen, Marble Factory. Okay. Sweet. Okay. Hangar. So I do have to actually talk to Valmar, and I do have to talk to the shop, which is great. What else do I have to do? Oh my god, so many things. Oh god, blade! Okay, nothing's recommended up here, which is good. Okay. I'd save here, probably? I kind of want to get to, like, the Highlands so that I can, like, grind. You know what I mean? Like, I don't have to do the quests specifically, but I just need to get to, like, a grinding spot, and that's it. And I can end then. Carrefour facilities, blah 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 blah. This is where I nap. Shops, right. Cool. Right, nothing up here. Cool. Neat. Conference and training. It's the last floor. Oh boy. Okay. Oh, I do have to talk to... I figured coming up here would be a good idea, because I figured I'd have to talk to Princess Elfin. Through the Order of the Phoenix swings in the royal... Okay. I mean, I'm gonna do this another time. Okay, Orbital Factory. I'm gonna guess this is literally telling me, oh hey, you can customize and blah 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 blah. Hey, job. Oh, this is all like customizations stuff. Okay. You never ride the Orbital bike. Yay, cool. Thank you, game. I am definitely gonna change its color. Well, because why wouldn't I? Alright, Velmer, you're the last thing I need to talk to. Greetings, Awakener. Hey, Velmer, I take it your mana is recovered a little now? Affirmative. It stands at 50% replenished. New exactly. The power has always been with me. I just don't understand what it is or why it's there. But thanks to everyone's help, it finally feels like it's part of me, if that makes any sense. Still, I need to keep practicing using it. I can't have a repeat of what happened aboard the Imperial. You appear to be aware of your own limitations. I look forward to it. Cool! Neat. Did I see Awakener's Call? What? Sorry, excuse me. Oh, it can't. Okay. Spirit unification. Yeah, unleashes the power sleeping within Reen. Okay, cool. Okay, done. Now what? Bridge? Alright, I've seen all the boredom facilities. Blah, blah, blah. Talking to Toad, the captain's sure you can select the destination organized party. Cool. Thank you. Yep. This is what I want. Yes, game. Thank you. I'm skipping all this. The game just finished telling me as I was retelling me information. Okay. Choose a destination, finally. Oh my god. Okay. Proving ground. Australia Fortress. Graham. Can you decide where to go? Yeah, cool.
Where do you want to go?
Oh my god. Okay. Right, we want to go to... well, that has a question mark on it. I'm thinking like the Nord Highlands is probably the best grinding spot in the game. So I'm gonna go to the Nord Highlands.
Full speed ahead!
Just because there's not going to be a cutscene at the North Settlement, right? Yep, not going to be a cutscene. Alright, so I imagine that, like, I can go out here, and I'll be fine. Just making sure. Yep, I'm fine. So... Yeah. I literally can do whatever I want now. Oh god. Just to make sure that I have the other area, I'm gonna go here. Cool. So, basically I have this entire area to grind in. This is gonna be great. How do I get back on... Oh, there we go. Call the... Courageous. I've got the horse and the bike. Cool. Alright, well, this is gonna do for me for a while. This is a perfect place to stop. I am starving. I need to go get food. I'm so hungry. So, with that being said, guys, I will see you all Monday. Yeah, so yeah. Bye! Take care and have a nice weekend, all.